Hello, my feral friends, and welcome back for another day of the full Dishonored playthrough. I apologize for missing yesterday's installment, but one of my buddies, who's often busy and unable to come out and you know play shit and hang out, was free for a change. So yesterday's stream got bumped so that me and the buddy could hang out, do some bullshit, whatever. He's a fellow streamer, Eclipsed Slayer. He ain't been streaming lately. Like I said, he's been busy. So he had a day off, and yeah, so we just hung out, played some bullshit, laughed about bullshit. Nice relaxing day of bullshit. But yeah, let's just get right back into this. And we got Mr. J in party today, so there'll be some conversations, and it won't just be quiet. That's always nice. So yeah, let's just get into this. All right, there we go. Startup boosh, intro boosh, course boosh, all the boosh. We booshin'. And now the Xbox party's probably broke. I don't know. No, it didn't break.
It's right here. I just had I had my controller muted.
Oh yeah, no, you're good, bro. Everybody always is like, oh yeah, no, it is fine, blah blah blah. Like the Xbox app on PC breaks so often that that's just become ingrained in. Like if it's quiet, I'm like, where? Hello? Like my first assumption is always it broke, because that's how often it breaks. Like sometimes it will break multiple times in 3 hours. And you want to know the dumbest part about it? So it breaks, it stops taking input or, putting out output. So I have to go into the party setting. Got to go into the audio setting. Open up the output device, where you tell it what speakers you want it to pipe through. Change it from what it's set to something else. Open it again, change it back to what it was originally set to, and then that chunk of it works fine. And I got to go down to the microphone, change the microphone to one of the different microphones that I don't use, and change it back to the one I'm using. Now it works again. So like, yeah, no, it's just purely badly made, bro. Because what logic is that? I need to change it from one thing just to change it back, and then now suddenly the device works flawlessly? Like, it's just badly made. That's literally all it is. It's just badly made. And
not as bad as the Xbox app was fucking 3-4 years ago. You remember that?
Well, no, I just mean on PC. It's bad. It's horrible on PC. Like, for no reason. It'll just break. You can be sitting there talking to someone and then it'll dead. You go and fix it within an hour, fucking for no reason, dead again. Like, why? Go and fix it. Like, one night I was just sitting around talking to Kevin and BSing about stream stuff and this and that, and fucking dude, like 3 times in 40 minutes the app collapsed on itself. And the funny part is the app doesn't actually like shut or close or do anything like that. No, it just stops fucking working all the fucking together. Yeah, you got to go in and flip the settings one way, then flip them back, and then it's fine. Oh yeah, no, every good. I don't know what the problem. And sometimes 20 minutes later, I've had it fucking rebunk itself within 10 minutes. Like, no rhyme or reason. The internet didn't go out, fucking no apps crashed, nothing like that. Just like, Xbox booted itself again.
Just
Oh, but yeah, and that's the funny part. That's why Xbox. You've heard that Xbox lost the console war, right?
How so?
It's official now. Xbox is officially the Betamax of consoles. Sony is the VCR. Xbox is lost. The battle is over. This is made apparent when Xbox conceded the fact that they lost and went, we're going to put all of our games over on PlayStation. And PlayStation went, fuck you, we're not putting anything on Xbox. And Xbox was still like, it's okay, we'll lick your taint, just let us put our games on your system. They lost the console war. It's also made apparent by how much Xbox is. No, it was, because Xbox and PlayStation were the only things that competed with each other. Nintendo holds its own little like niche in the corner of the room because
Nintendo is the autistic kid eating glue in the corner.
It's just it fills its own niche, and that's the thing. It survives.
Don't fucking sugarcoat it. You never do.
It makes more money. It makes more money than any of the other ones.
Bullshit.
Are you insane, bro? Nintendo stacks bank hand over fist.
Yeah, because their games are fucking $80 key codes that are just fucking like, say if you buy.
What do you think your games are?
No shit, but what I'm saying is they did it purposefully. Like the Nintendo Switch 2 games, the cartridges don't even have the game data on it.
Yeah, you think yours do? You haven't owned a game. That's probably your code to fucking your license code, bro. That's the whole thing. You don't own any of your games.
Unless you have a physical disc.
Okay, but see, the new games, you don't even own those because the disc isn't the physical game anymore. The disc is your license to download the game. If you can pop the game in your console and just straight fire the game up and go play it, then yes, you own the game in a physical media form.
No games do that because of how they fucking programmed it to where you have to install shit to the drive.
Exactly. So you don't own any of your games. That disc is a license to download. They have stripped console players of game ownership.
And listen, it started with Xbox One and the whole DRM leaving your console on 24/7 thing, people getting butthurt and them just finding a way around it.
I mean, yeah, but it doesn't change anything. They found out they could skis people and never sell them the actual game and only sell them a license to use it that they can revoke at any time for any reason as part of the terms of service you agree to when you install it. So you even agreed. You don't own the game. You're just being allowed access to it.
Kept secure by a fancy lock made by Jindosh. Maybe inside you'll learn more about how to stop Delilah.
That's why I gave up on consoles and went fully to computer. They can try and pull that shit on computer, and I can go to a website and go find a crack file and crack the game and access it for free. Sure, it may have built-in things that'll prevent me from using the multiplayer or whatever, but there's almost always ways around that too. And generally, it's like, okay, you don't connect to the main servers, you connect to a dedicated private server, and you just give all your friends the dedicated information, and voila, it worked around.
Seeing this place and these people.
Not that I advocate piracy, but like if they're gonna do shady shit and steal from people, no, if they're gonna do shady shit and steal people's products from them under having committed no offenses, yeah, absolutely. If it's okay for them to steal from the customer, then it's totally fine in my eyes for the customer to steal from them. And anybody who thinks otherwise is a literal retard.
Oh, I understand that.
Well, you know, generally I buy games. I buy my games. I acquire legal access to them. I mean, unless I can't buy them, like old abandonware shit that I can't buy anywhere, absolutely. I'll just go to an abandonware website and download it for free. But technically that's not piracy because they've abandoned the game entirely, so they've also abandoned their intellectual property rights to the game.
Not necessarily. Like, they might still have, what the fuck, like, rights to own.
That they don't. Once they've been abandoned for, I think it's single-digit numbers of years with no support or anything like that, they get relegated to abandonware. They're freeware at that point. In order to maintain your intellectual properties, you have to renew that shit and do all kinds of stuff on the regular, like Disney had to do for basically 100 years. If you just if you stop making iterations of something and stop maintaining it and don't give people any way to access the old stuff, then it becomes freeware. But by taking it out of the market, now the freeware isn't competing with you because it's not taking any money from you because no one can go buy the game anywhere. So like,
I mean, they don't own it.
It does, yo, but it means they can't do anything about it because it's become abandonware.
Dust falls non-stop onto the district.
That's the thing. They can't sue you over it because it being free to download isn't taking any money out of their books because they aren't selling that game anymore. So if they're not selling it and pirating it isn't taking even a penny out of their coffers, they have no grounds to file a lawsuit. Like, because generally they file the lawsuit because what you're doing is hurting their money and you're stealing sales out of their pocket. When they stop selling it, you can't steal sales. How are you going to steal the sales of something that nobody can buy?
Because they still own it.
Yeah, but that's the thing. They can't fight you in court because they have no grounds to fight you in court. You're not taking money from them. They're not getting any money from it. So they can't go after you in court because there are no damages. You haven't damaged them because they're not selling it, so people getting it for free via your freeware website or abandonware website, it's not hurting them. They're not losing any money. Yeah, they own the intellectual property, but guess what? They can't sue you anyways because the abandonware sites are giving it away for free. So you're not making money off of it. So they can't be like, oh, well, they made a bunch of money off of our IP, so we should get a chunk of that. No, they don't make nothing. So what are you gonna do? Oh, they took our game that we make $0 on anymore because we abandoned it, and they gave it away for free, and they made no money off of it. So nobody's made any money, and customers are getting to use the product that we basically stripped them from access to arbitrarily for no fucking reason. And then they in court it doesn't hold water. Sure, it's their intellectual IP, but you're not hurting them in any way, so you're not violating any of the laws as they stand.
If it's in their terms of service, you are.
No, it's not. That's the whole thing. They aren't offering the service anymore. The terms of service are no longer relevant because there is no service.
The service is the game still exists.
But it's not. It doesn't. You can't go get Dirt 2 fucking anywhere. Not through any game launcher on PC can you go get original fucking Dirt Rally or the good versions of Dirt. I can go find it on an abandonware site right now. Dirt 1, all the fucking DLC, all of it, totally free. Across dozens of abandonware sites. If they could fight them, trust me, they would, but they can't because they make no money and the abandonware makes no money, so there's no leg to stand on legally in court. And what the customer gets is a fully cracked version of the game that they can't do anything to you about. They can't even shut down your access because you're using a cracked version of freeware. There's thousands of games out there like that. Like, go look at any abandonware website, bro. You will find all kinds of nostalgic games from early Xbox 360, Xbox One, all sorts of stuff. And occasionally they try to fight these companies in court and they lose. That's why all these abandonware websites exist. You think they don't know these things exist? You think the money-hungry fucking shitbags at Ubisoft who want to charge you for everything to the point that they'll literally trim the fucking finale of the game off and lock it behind DLC? You think they wouldn't sue these companies into oblivion if they could? You know they fucking would. But they can't. They take it to court, and when it boils down to it, the game's not available anywhere. Ubisoft's not making a penny off of the game anywhere, so the game being available for free isn't taking any money out of their pockets, thereby there are no damages, so case closed. I mean, don't get me wrong, I will agree with you that, like, at face value, it sounds pretty fucking shady to just like, oh, well, I'm just gonna pirate it. But if that's the only way to get it, that's the only way to get it. And that you're not taking any money out of anyone's pocket. So, like, it's a non-issue, essentially. The courts don't care. Courts only protect something like that if it's taking money out of your pocket, if there's damages. There's no damages. So that's just how it works. By the same logic, the Finnish can file copyright lawsuits against you just for reviewing a game. If you showed even a second of in-game footage, they can copyright strike you. Because Finland has no fair use or copyright protection, like, you know, whatever guidelines of how you can legally use their product without violating things like that. Because, you know, in the majority of the world, reviews and commentary and stuff like that, those all fall under fair use. Like, it's completely fair to use footage from someone's game if what you're doing is making a form of content that is reviewing the game, providing commentary of it, things like that. Because it's legal to talk about someone's product, at least in most countries. Legal to talk about their product. So if you're making claims that there's something wrong with the product, in most countries it's legal to show footage from that game demonstrating the problem that you're talking about. So if you're, you know, reviewing the game, talking about the game, yeah, you can show a lot of the game in basically the majority of countries, unless the shit's made in Finland. What are you crying about, Ray? Did you eat too much? Did I fuck up and give you too much dinner? Please don't throw up a huge mountain of dog food.
And it's making me feel uneasy because there's two of them. Motherfucker has the high ground too.
Oof. To be fair, in games, the high ground doesn't seem to make much of a difference. Which I always found to be kind of stupid. Because, like, from a realism standpoint,
Faggot! Where the fuck are these niggers coming from?
bruh, you can't be saying stuff like that.
I didn't know if I was fucking
Unacceptable.
I'm not
Oh
sharing.
yeah, mine shares. There is no permissing on mine. I have to go switch you to a different channel.
I can change that.
No, you can't. I can change that by doing that. Changing you to feed through a different channel. I mean, yeah, but it's Twitch. I gotta still be like, whoa, that nonsense, you know. Yeah, you being a person of color and that being okay in that regard is all well and good. I've got nothing against that, but it's their guidelines. Wow. That's petty.
Dust District. She'll tell you more. I'll wait here with Skiff. Take you back to the treasure.
Oh, you can say whatever you want now. I've got you just like in my ear. I mean, I think it's dumb that, you know, the TOS are what they are. Like, I think people should be able to say whatever they want and, like, you know, whatever. And to be fair, from the smell of the current social climate, pretty much everybody else does too. Moose, Kevin, Moose. But yeah, I've been watching a lot of the black content creators that I watch that make really cool fucking content and like cover the sensitive topics that white people have been unable to cover simply because it like talks about black people, and fucking white people will get like burned at the stake for even like having an opinion on stuff like that. Yeah, they need to iron out fucking anti-cheat for that game for sure. And like I don't even believe them. You know they can. So I mean, they can though. No, they can. They're just lazy, and they employ nothing but junior developers who barely understand how to code, let alone the minutia of back-end development. Because you totally can. You can program the thing to be fully aware of every piece of hardware you have attached. Like if they wanted to, they could. That thing could know the serial number of your controller. It's just they don't really give a fuck to do it. Yeah, that's because they haven't programmed the back end to actually identify the hardware. That's what I mean. Like, if they wanted to, bro, you can code that shit to where you plug a keyboard in, and it can read the manufacturer's serial number programmed into that fucking keyboard. Like, same for a mouse. Any piece of hardware you plug in technically has the ability to communicate everything about itself. But you have to have the back-end development set up to actually be able to handle that, which they don't, because they fire all their senior developers. Like, they fire all their good developers and they replace them with a bunch of 1Z, 2Z, 3-year junior developers who barely know what they're doing. And then they Pikachu face when the fucking, what are basically apprentices, don't know how to do the work of a master. Well, no, see, that's the thing, bro, is the company, it's been doing it for 10 plus years. The people they have working on it probably haven't worked for that company for more than 2 years, because it's just become the commonplace now. All the senior developers, the equivalents of journeymen and master makers of actual trades, they fire them because they cost too much. So they'll fire them, and instead, for the same amount of money, they'll hire 3 junior developers who all have 1 year, 2 year, 3 years, minimal experience that in any real trade you'd be brushed off as being an apprentice who still needs a 5-year plus journeyman to work under to complete your learning process. They'll just dump a bunch of them on it and tell them go. And then they'll do it in the dumbest ways too. They'll take like fucking junior developers off of a game like League of Legends and then put them all into a single team and then be like, all right, make a Call of Duty. I mean, I'm using the games as, you know, just examples, but like there are actual cases like that where they took developers off of a third person over shoulder MMORPG and put them on a first-person shooter project, and we're like, get it done. And then the first-person shooter project is absolutely poop because it was made by people who don't know how to make a first-person shooter. Their years of experience have all been in an entirely different fucking type of game, and they don't know how to make a first-person shooter. So, you know, yeah, you can throw people into the pool and yell sink or swim, and they may sort of swim, but like that's what you're getting a ton of. You're getting a whole bunch of can sort of swim. Like, what's that new game? The first person bullshit supposed to be like an Overwatch competitor. What was it? Concord. That was absolute dog water and died within a year. I don't think it even made it a year. Yeah, it's because they took a bunch of people who had never made a first-person shooter and put them on a project that at its core was a first-person shooter. And yeah, they made fucking hot dog water, bro. And the people tried it and they went, this is fucking hot dog water. I'm not playing this. I'm not paying for this. I'm not buying skins in this. Because that's what everything wants to be now. Everything wants to be a fucking platform or vehicle for furnishing mass microtransaction sales. No, because see, there's the thing. Microtransactions I'm not opposed to within reason. Like Path of Exile 2, love their microtransaction system. Is some of it insane? Oh, absolutely. Like if you want the uber badass Death Lord whatever armor from this league, yeah, it's like 350 real life dollars. But it doesn't do anything for you. It just makes you look cool. So like, yeah, if you really, really like the game and you want to spend $350 so you can look even more badass in this game you really, really like, that's fine. And again, Path of Exile, free to play. So, well, not right now. Right now you pay for early access, but you get a bunch of premium currency and stuff that you can use for microtransactions that is actually greater than the amount of money the early access costs you. So that one in my mind is okay too. Do you have to get early access? Oh, absolutely not. You can wait till the end of the year and the game will come out free to play, just like the first one was. And then all it has as microtransactions is things that don't really do anything for you in the game. The closest they have to pay to win is like you can buy additional storage tabs. That doesn't really win you anything. It just means you can collect more junk that you're not even using. So like, I don't see that being pay to win. Having a whole bunch more junk that you're not using isn't doing anything for you while you're out there fighting demons and stuff. I gotta stream this a bit. I got a series running. I mean, Kevin was in here. Kevin in here. Kevin. Another streamer. Whatever, I don't know what to call it. Broadcast, host, whatever. He's one of the little screens on my screen. Oh, that's death. But like, yeah, no, I'm fine with microtransactions if they're done like Path of Exile and stuff like that. If it's just cosmetic stuff as a way for you to like support the ongoing development of a free-to-play game, absolutely. I mean, yeah, no, you won't, and neither would I. But you know, people with like, I know people who spend I know people who spend $10,000 a month just on garbage and phone games, bro. There are people out there with fucking they ain't gonna give nobody shit, bro. They're lawyers. They make a literal fuck ton of money and they spend it on the shit that they enjoy. Yeah, sometimes they're wasting 10, 20 grand a month on like a shitty phone game like Clash of Clans. That's just what they enjoy. And, you know, hey, that's their money. It's not my place to tell people what to do with their money. They ain't gonna give no money to nobody, bro. They work for their money, and they'll tell you the exact same thing. Get a job. They got a job, they make their money. What they do with their money is their business. I don't care. I mean, you can make it your business. They're not gonna care. They're gonna look you dead in the eyes and then press confirm on a fucking $25,000 transaction for garbage coin in a shit game, and then laugh. Like, they don't give a fuck. If you got money to burn, you got money to burn. That's free on you. Like, what people do with their money, that's their business. I don't give a fuck. Okay, that eats me out the window too. Yeah, I don't give a fuck what people do with their money. The things I don't like is when games are like blatantly pay to win. Like, oh, you can't even get to that power level unless you're actually buying stuff. A good example of that would be DC Universe. They give you, well, they skirt around it in the like most bad faith cheesy way. Like, DC Universe skirts around it by, they'll give you access to one mission at the high end that you can do one time per day as a free player. If you're a paid subscription player, you can do all 50 of the high level missions as many times a day as you want. So yeah, it's totally pay to win. You can go from 0 to a literal god in like 2 days time if you're a subscriber. But if you want to do that as a free player, it's probably going to take you 2 years. So games like that can suck a taint. Things like Path of Exile, where it's all just cosmetic stuff, what do I care? If somebody wants to spend $350 fucking dollars to have fiery tits on their character, that's their fucking choice. I don't care. It gives them no advantage in the game. So in my mind, that's all fine. If you're not getting any kind of advantage, then I don't see an issue with it. If people want to spend more money on cosmetical bullshits just to make themselves feel like they look like a badass, I think that's fine. Because the person playing for free is in no different position because of it. And the people who paid have no leg up over the free player because everything related to the game and rewards and all of that, it's all exactly the same. They just paid the extra money so that they could turn their whatever it looks like gear that they have on into like, look how cool my fiery horn tits are or whatever. And like, that's fine. I don't care. I'm never going to spend $350 on fucking Path of Exile, but I'll occasionally throw like $20 at it if they got something that looks cool and is like $20. Because I like the game and I want to, you know, I like to help fund the continued development like Path of Exile 1. They developed that game continuously for like more than 10 years. I get it, that's expensive. And when people aren't paying any money to get the game and aren't, you know what I mean? Like, if the game's totally free, I think microtransactions are okay. Only if they're cosmetic. To be fair, if you bought the game, I really don't see much wrong with cosmetic microtransactions either, because they're cosmetic. Like, if you want to pay more money so that you can look a certain way, I think that's fine. Like, I don't see anything wrong with that. You can want to look however you want to look. Like, it doesn't affect nobody. Microtransactions are predatory when it's like Call of Duty, like, oh, you don't have this particular skin? Well, it's bugged right now, so it gives players a huge advantage. And then they'll just leave it bugged and wait for it to start selling like hotcakes. And then once the majority of the player base has bought the skin that was bugged, giving someone an advantage, then they'll go in and patch it. So all these people ended up buying the skin because it was bugged and was giving everybody else an advantage over them. And now they gimp it, and then they'll put out a different skin next month. And oh, wouldn't you know it? This one's got something wrong with it too. I guess the hitbox didn't upload properly, so unless you're landing like shots on the tip of the nose, they're just not going to take damage. We're sorry, we'll get it fixed. And then they'll do nothing. They'll just sit there and continue to do nothing until that thing has sold like fucking hotcakes. and everybody and their mother damn near has a copy of it, and then they'll come out and they'll patch it and be like, see, we told you we were working on fixing it, we told you we'd get it fixed. Like, it's been 6 months. Yeah, because it hasn't sold enough copies yet. Well, then they're not going to fix it because it didn't sell enough copies. And they're going to just sit there and give people generic canned responses. Oh yeah, we're working on it, we're working on it, we're working on it. They ain't working on it. They ain't trying to fix it. It sold whatever it sold, and in their mind they're probably looking at the fucking numbers like, oh, only like 8% of the players even bought it. It's not even worth the money it would cost to patch. Fuck it, let it ride. Because Activision's a shitbag company. They do shitbag microtransactions. They do it under the guise of being on point, like a company like Path of Exile, where it is truly, purely cosmetic only. But it's not, because they circumvent the cosmetic only by intentionally having it be a bit fucked up, and somehow the way it's fucked up just always seems to give the people who own it an advantage. Oh, isn't that just convenient? That, oh, it's fucked up in a way that the people who bought it have the upper hand over you. Oh, darn, don't worry, we'll fix it. They ain't fixing nothing. They're only gonna fix it if it sells a good enough portion and the majority of people now have it. Then they'll consider fixing. Because, well, if most people have it, then there's no advantage to be had. So now there's no built-in whatever to pimp it. It's not self-advertising by being a dominating skin. They're like, yeah, fuck them. I'm sure for PC players, there's somewhere you can buy it. I said somewhere. I didn't say through their systems. That, or they're just going to recycle the bundle in the future, and that's their intent. I mean, do it. By then, it'll probably not be overpowered, because when it comes out again, people will be so annoyed with getting dominated by it that everybody and their mother's going to immediately buy a copy, and then within a day or two, they'll patch it. Like, bet. Yeah, they can. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. T800, but yeah. Yeah. Let's see, that's not technically a physical, like, measurable advantage. Like, see, they had an issue several years ago where they're like, whatever freak god thing, no, fucking some sort of god thing that was like a tree god made of vines and shit. No, it wasn't Groot. It was something similar to Groot, but different. Oh, well, there's actually a Groot skin, I believe. Indeed. Well, point being, that. Oh, it just so happened to something with the hitbox didn't get loaded right, so it's in the system hitbox was for some reason smaller than every other character in the game, even though the skin is bigger than the majority of characters in the game. But its hitbox was suspiciously messed up, and it just happened to not be the same hitbox that every other skin in the game uses. It happened to be some strange one that was smaller. Yeah, that's because that's likely due to fucking licensing. But I guarantee you they'll probably bring it back at some point. Something to do with it'll get popular again. They'll pay the money for the whatever crossover licensing. I know that's not the right term for it, but that's what I'm gonna call it, because you know it's a crossover of Call of Duty and whatever. Oh, well, that's a free skin. Of course, that's not gonna be broken. Never give the fucking pores an advantage. Advantages only come on paid skins, and it's always, oh, we messed something up. Don't worry, we'll fix it. They're not gonna fix it until it's sold. Every drop they can squeeze out of it, then they'll fix it. Like, you can even go look that up. It's just commonplace for Call of Duty. A skin will be broken, and it'll stay broken, and people will complain and complain and complain for months and months and months, and they'll just keep getting prepackaged answers. Oh, we're working on it. We're getting it fixed. Don't you worry. At some point, they're like, these people aren't fixing anything. Yeah, but at some point, the player base is just like, okay, obviously this isn't getting fixed. It's been 4 months. It's been 6 months. It's not that hard to open up the file and swap out the hitbox for the right hitbox. So I guess the only way to decently compete in this game, I'm going to have to buy that skin, or I'm at a permanent disadvantage. And people go out and they all start buying it, and it starts popping up everywhere. And then they're like, all right, we've squeezed as much as we can out of it with this fucking scam we're running. Fucking... Like, you can find that in the Reddit all the time, bro. People will be like, this skin was broken for months and months and months. I buy it, fucking a week later fixed. Like, that's why they've also switched to these like short time frame little bundles that disappear. FAFO. They're running fucking... Or not FAFO, FOMO. Fucking everybody's gonna buy it because it's on a short timeline and it's giving people an advantage. You only got 2 months, you better buy it. You better buy it because there's only 2 months. And then it's gone, you'll never get it again. So like, they're just smearing fear of missing out all over the place. So then people buy it up because, again, you got to buy the broken skin to even stay competitive, because anybody competitive is gonna have that skin and they're gonna be clapping your cheeks with it. And then, yep, oh, we patched it finally. We finally got around to doing what literally takes 5 minutes, opening up the game files, going, oh, this hitbox is wrong, swap in the right one, fixed. So, like, yeah, no, they do that shit all the time. They're predatory. Well, no, but it is with some of the skins, because that's what the issue was with the weird, like, root demon skin. It had an entirely different hitbox. So people were shooting it, getting fucking hit markers and everything, and it just wasn't registering any damage because it wasn't hitting the actual hitbox. The blood splatters aren't tied to the hitbox, they're tied to the skin, like visual part of the skin. Yeah, exactly. Unless you've got the good skins, that's the thing. They call it skill-based damage. It's actually paid-based damage. If you've spent lots of money and have tons of skins, I guarantee you'll be killing people quick as shit. No, you probably have to spend beyond a certain point. There's probably an arbitrary line coded in there that, yeah. Oh, yeah, no, that's a thing. If you're spending money, yeah, they put you in fucking like tard lobbies. Even if you're an insanely high skill player, if you're spending money and buying premium shit, yeah, they'll just conveniently put you in the lobbies with the tards That way you feel like you're doing really, really good. Yeah, no, they do that all the time. By the same logic, they also will intentionally do shady shit like put you in groups with people using the broken skins so you can see how good they do with that skin. Ah, yeah, that skin must be making a difference. Like, they'll literally go out of their way to put you, like, if you don't own skins, they'll go out of their way to put you on teams with all people utilizing currently broken skins so that you can see that the skinned players are just slaying. And that'll inspire you to want to buy skins. Yeah, no, it's totally fucking predatory. Path of Exile is not predatory at all. You can spend $350 on the super big dick fire tits pack, and it makes no difference. Nothing in the game changes for a person with fucking a $500 skin pack from a person who's playing it completely free. So, like, yeah, no, I'm okay with fucking microtransactions that are purely cosmetic and nothing in the physical game changes for anyone. That's fine. It's totally fine to use additional cosmetics that weren't in the game to fucking continue funding your ongoing development. That's all fine. Well, no, they're funding the ongoing development because they're paying 90 fucking people to do shit work, and they're just wasting masses of money, and it just is what it is. But, like, I get it. Ongoing development costs money. You know, by the same logic, fucking Ubisoft spent $250 million making their new piece of shit fucking Assassin's Creed game. It's not a game subject to ongoing development. So if it cost them $250 million to one-shot it, imagine what it would cost if those same idiots were running an ongoing development type game for 10 years. Yeah, and it would cost. And if it cost them, that companies are that bad at what they do now, like, yeah, they'll waste hundreds of millions of dollars to make something that's a raw dog. I know, I'm giving my dog water. I'll at least point towards the mic. But, like, yeah, no, that's fucking... If it cost them $200 million to make that Concord piece of shit, what do you think it would have cost if that Concord piece of shit was a live service game expected to run for the next 10 years? You know what I mean? So, like, I get it. An ongoing live service game costs money continually. Like I was saying, fucking, if it cost them $200 million to make that Concord abortion, and that, imagine what it would have cost them if that game had actually, like, taken off and become a, like, ongoing, updated live service game. It took them $200 million to make the fucking base. Imagine if they had to fund it for, but just imagine, like, the same logic, Assassin's Creed Shadows. I think it cost them $250 million. Imagine if for some reason Assassin's Creed was an ongoing live service of a game that they needed to keep pumping more content into and creating meaningful expanses of for the next 10 years. That's the thing, is it really shouldn't be that expensive because you should be doing it smart and putting, like, a skilled fucking, you know, senior developer in charge of junior developers, but they don't. They fire the senior developers and hire a bunch of junior developers with the same money, because in their mind, 10 people developing it is going to be better than 6 people or 5 juniors with one senior, or, you know, I'm pulling numbers out of my ass just for the sake of the argument. Like, I don't know how much a senior developer makes versus a junior, but that's what they're doing. And you can, there's ample proof of it. There's all sorts of senior developers who worked on big ass current games, and yeah, basically it finished and they were shit canned, and then they were told they could either come back at a junior developer's pay level or they could pound sand. And they went, fuck you, I'm not a junior developer. I'm not gonna take junior developer pay. That's stupid. So they just shit can them. They hire a bunch of junior developers and they go, ah, that'll be fine. 5 junior developers can probably do as good a work as 1 senior developer. Sure, why not? No, it's not, because you're talking about 5 apprentices and you're expecting them to do the work of a journeyman or a master. Yeah, exactly. It's not gonna happen. That's not how the world works. But that's what they do. You know, Blizzard did the same thing. They canned a bunch of their senior developers and told them, you can either come back at junior developer pay, or you can stay gone. We don't need you. The junior developers can easily do your job. So what do we need you for? I know they can't. I know they can't. They're just gaslighting them to try and get them to take less pay. It's the same thing the union tried to do to me. I was a fucking 4th year apprentice, basically getting ready to finish out and become a journeyman. They made every member of the union come to a seminar where they explained in detail that because of bad administration practices, the union had lost 87% of all the available jobs in their area to the non-union sector. So to rectify that, a person with a room temperature or greater IQ would think, we should probably replace the shitty people in administration who made the bad choices that led to us losing all of this work share. Nope. Nope. In the administration's opinion, all of the workers doing the actual work out in the field, doing the labor, they should all reclassify through the union as a classified worker. The pay scale for a classified worker is lower than a first-year journeyman. The pay scale for a classified worker is $15 an hour. A year 2 journeyman makes $35 an hour. A fully fucking hashed out, or a year 2 apprentice makes $35 an hour. I'm sorry. A fully hashed out journeyman makes $69 an hour plus benefits and more. They literally looked people in the face and said, we made a bunch of bad decisions that caused the union to lose basically all of the work. You guys should all take a massive pay hit down to $15 so that all the union companies don't go out of business. That's exactly what I said. I went, not gonna happen. I'm gonna reclassify to another fucking job. Enjoy gargling the $100,000 imaginary cost of schooling that you would try to screw me with. Because that's the other thing. If I had finished my apprenticeship, I then could only work for union companies for the next 10 years. And if I worked for a And if I worked for any non-union company, the union would come sue me directly for $100,000, which is what they deemed to be the cost of my training. The training was literally 1 day every 2 weeks for 5 years. That's like 26 school days a year for 5 years. So call it a total of 131 total days of schooling. Basically, yeah, they spread summer school out over a 5-year period where the majority of what you're actually learning, you're learning on the job in the field. Well, no, you're learning it on the job in the field. Well, according to them, those 131 days of them telling you how to do basic math and dumb, useless shit that doesn't even really help you. Basically, yeah, and they'll come sue you for $100,000, and you'll lose. Like, so yeah, I went, well, I'm basically done with my schooling. Fuck the union. Fuck this industry. Fuck you people. Gargle that $100,000 loss. It didn't cost them no $100,000. Lying ass bullshit.
Sokolov said you had an idea.
But that's the same shit that the game companies are doing. They're technically, I don't think they're even unionized, but they're just doing it in-house.
And we'll help you get inside Stilton's home. Neutralize either one of them and bring him to the other.
What else?
Like, we're hemorrhaging money, our games aren't selling. If you want to keep your job as a game developer, you need to basically quit the level you're at and come back in as a junior developer. Even if you've got 20 years in the field, like you need to come do that. Otherwise, it's just going to cost too much to employ you, so then we're not going to employ you. Yeah. It is bullshit, yeah. You're 100% right on that. But that's what they're doing. That's why Western games are getting worse and worse and worse. And the Chinese are slaying, bro. All the games that have come out of China, bro, they work basically without issue from day one. They don't include any kind of shoehorned in ideology that doesn't actually like have to do with the in-game story and stuff. So they're not just shoehorning in political shit. They may shoehorn in a little bit of whatever bullshit, like, oh, China owns Hong Kong, but like they don't even really push a lot of that because they know gamers don't give a fuck one way or the other. You may say you own Hong Kong. We don't care. We have nothing to do with Hong Kong. Shut up. This doesn't belong in the game. Why would you put this in the game? Keep this for the political stage where like people are actually listening and give a fuck about it. People in the game don't care if you think you own Hong Kong or Hong Kong thinks you don't. We don't care. You can bicker about it all you want, and all it's going to do is annoy players, and then they're not going to play the game. And if they don't play the game, you don't make money. Well, the Chinese like money. They may be communists, but communists love money. So they make games that work. They make games that follow the recipe that best markets to the largest portion of game consumers, young men ages, teens to mid-20s. Yeah, those are the biggest consumers of video games. You can't even lie or argue against it. The statistics are perfectly clear. Sure, there's a lot of people like you and me, old ass men in our 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s that still play games, absolutely. But we don't make up a even like measurably close sector of the industry by comparison to fucking 15 to 25-year-olds. Well, what's going on with 15 and 25-year-olds? Oh, they're still going through puberty. So they're just a massive flow of constant fucking hormones, and they want to see scantily clad women and stuff, which is funny because the Chinese they tend to be really conservative in a lot of stuff that they do. Like they don't like showing blood, they don't like showing actual like full nudity, but they don't like showing dead bodies or skeletons. Yes, exactly. Unless like it directly links into the story and the quality of the story would be harmed by removing it, they'll remove all that kind of stuff. But they still leave you, the things young men most enjoyed in games. Scantily clad women, jiggle physics, things like that. Yeah, because they're young men. They're literally a boiling pot of fucking testosterone, and they see a little bit of jiggle physics and their wiener bounces and their brain goes dopamine and they go, awesome, this is good, I like this, I want more of this, because that's what young men enjoy. They enjoy the male power fantasy, the idea that they could be the strong protagonist, the strong handsome protagonist upon whom which the entire fate of the world fucking rests. Like, yeah, it's totally a male power fantasy, but that's because the majority of people buying games are young men. who haven't had a chance to go out into the world and create any kind of reputation for themselves. Nothing in the world gives them any other way to competitively like stack themselves against other men. You know, it's not like we have fucking just communal fucking mutual combat anymore, you know what I mean? Because historically that'd be where men compared themselves on a seemingly balanced scale. Yeah, it'd be in like a boxing ring or a wrestling ring or something like that. Well, all that kind of stuff's basically dead because Western society has become this soft, prissy, fucking alternative ideology nonsense. Where, yeah, those people are too scared to even attempt to weigh themselves against other men of their contemporary because they don't even see themselves as men. Exactly. They have no clue what they are because the fucking system's so retarded. It's told them you could be a woman and they haven't fucking gone through puberty, so their brain doesn't even fully work. So, like, they don't know. So, like, yeah. That's why the Chinese are going to dominate. Watch, I'm telling you right now, and I say it nearly every stream. Watch, over the next few years, the Western developers are going to lose more and more and more percentage of the total market share, and the Chinese are going to gobble it up because they're doing it cheap because obviously it's China, so they're paying their developers significantly less, but they're still at least using, you know, senior developers leading junior developers and the trade hierarchy that clearly works, because you do need someone who is basically a journeyman or a master quality person to then guide all of the fresh people, and that's how you build all those freshies into senior developers. You know what I mean? You have to have someone there who can tell them how they're fucking up and show them how to get it to do what they want and do it right, or they're not going to learn. I mean, sure, you can sit there and continue paying their check while they take 6 months watching YouTube tutorials and trial and error hashing their way through it. Yeah, it's a thing. You can do it. It'd have been way cheaper to just have one senior developer on hand whose whole purpose is to, like, oh, you're stuck on something? Well, here, let me come help you and let me explain to you how to, like, do this stuff. That way you won't be stuck next time, and it won't take 3 months of you watching YouTube tutorials and trial and error. That's why you keep senior developers, is because they've been there, they've done these things, they've seen these things, they know the workarounds, they know the clever tricks. They know the stuff. They know the stuff that the junior developers don't even know that they can know. Like, hold on. I'm being attacked by fucking mosquito demons. And like half-rotten tards. Fuck you mean, why so much evil? I'm being attacked by a herd of fucking mosquito demons and like half-rotten assholes who want to slap my tits while I fight mosquito demons. This is all self-defense, game. Well, you're made by Bethesda, so you're made by like one of the shining pinnacles of tard companies. Well, like, yeah, so the Chinese are gonna dominate, bro. All of their recent, like, you know, 2 or 3 years ago, games out of China, basically all crap, mostly all just like predatory phone gotcha games and shit. Problem is, outside of the people who have a whole bunch of money, us poor brokies, we quit games like that fast because it's pay to win. We ain't got no money to pay. we'll ride the free train as long as we can, and then when it becomes too tedious to continue playing free, we abandon it and we go play something else. Well, when we abandon it and go play something else, guess what? They ain't gonna ever make another penny off of us. We're done. It's done. So now they're slowly leaning away from straight gotcha games, and like they're figuring it out. They're figuring out that, yeah, you can totally get by with a lot of your gotcha game premises as long as you keep it like strictly cosmetic, as long as the stuff they bought doesn't give them an advantage over the free players, then you'll never run off all your free players. Well, the longer your free players play your game, the greater the chances of them occasionally having some money that they can just waste on something. You know what I mean? Because even the poorest of the poorest, you'll occasionally like, you know, hey, I got $20 I could burn. You know, I'm in a good spot right now. Burning $20 won't hurt me. And if you really like the game, yeah, you'll go buy that fucking Terminator pack. You know what I mean? Like, if you got the $20 on hand to burn, you will, because you like the game. And it's an enjoyable. That's what I mean. Like, you like the game. It's an enjoyable experience. You like the skin. I mean, you would buy it because it gives you an advantage, and that's not really my point. But my point is that, you know, the longer you play it, the better the odds that at some point you'll have a little bit of free money you can waste. And if you're still playing the game and like the game, there's a really good chance you're probably going to burn that expendable money on something in the game because you play the game a lot. So it's going to improve your game experience. And yeah, so they've learned they can't go too pay to win, or they'll run off all the low end players, and then they'll never be able to get a penny out of those people. So the Chinese games are getting better, the Western games are getting worse, and I'm telling you, give it 3-4 years and it's gonna be massively imbalanced. The Chinese are gonna be made, and also all the Chinese games, visual quality just insane compared to Western games. Fuck, there are Western games that have come out in the last 12 months that look like they came from 15 years ago. And you've got Chinese games made by fly-by-night companies you've never even heard of, and there's fucking individually high detailed rendered hair, and it's all jiggle physics and blowing gently in the wind and shit. Like, it's high quality. You can't even argue against it. It's fucking high quality. So if they're making high quality and they manage to figure out pay to win kills everything, yeah, bro, they're gonna keep knocking out high quality visual games that work on release, aren't being sold for $90. It's just a no-brainer. It's just basic economics. If the cheap game looks good and plays good and is decently okay, people are gonna play it. They're gonna buy it. They're gonna be less inclined to drop $100 on GTA, because $100 is a lot of money to drop on a game, especially like GTA, that, let's be honest, we know it's gonna be basically broken for the first year or two. I have to take a piss. I will be right back. Alright, my bad. I had to go open fences and fucking deal with bullshit. Because my sheeps were in the neighbor's yard. And while I was out there, I figured I'll feed the bunnies and all the birds and shit. Isn't there an upstairs in here? I was talking to myself. But no, I had to go open a gate because my sheeps were in the neighbor's yard. Oh, that's horrible. Bastards try to fucking flashbang me. Oh god. The fuck, Streamlabs? Stop changing settings. Shit's fucking annoying. Like, why give me the option to set my bitrate if you're just gonna, like, change it whenever you feel like it? And it always changes it to, like, some useless fucking GIMP bitrate. You want to use a 700 bit rate? Like, no, that you can barely stream audio with that. Yeah, I want exactly my 6,000 bit rate, which isn't even like a fucking hardly a drop in my total fucking available up bandwidth. Like, I go in, I set it to 6,000, I start the stream, and it's just like, oh, 1,200? Yes, yeah, it's exactly, because 6,000 is secretly 1,200. Fucking annoying. And I go in and I change it, and then it'll probably change itself again.
Paolo's not one of those unhinged cultists who believe I will grant them favors if they leave a big enough offering or play just the right musical notes. He doesn't care a fig for me. But he put up this shrine because he found the hand of an old witch I knew once. And Paolo saw right away that it pays to have an edge. Sometimes pieces of us linger long after we're gone.
Oh.
The Duke of Zirconos inherited a vibrant city.
Which
and
one?
wasted no time stripping it to the bone. What will he leave behind? And what about you? Who will you leave to pick up the pieces here in the
If I had to guess, probably Parasite. Well, no, because chicken's a GMO chicken. That's all chicken. Like, any chicken you get at the store is a genetically modified Cornish cross. And they're also almost always full of rotten meat. But the people at Foster's are nice enough to rinse the meat until you can't see the green rot anymore. So that's nice of them. That's why I don't fuck with chicken. Because, like, I raised Cornish crosses. They literally start rotting while they're still alive. Now, it's the only chicken available in stores because they yield more meat weight for the food cost, so that's all any chicken producing plant uses is Cornish crosses. And they basically all start rotting internally while they're still alive within like 2 months. Like 2 months of hatching, no less. Not like you owned it and whatever. Like they're just horrible. They are a genetic disaster. So I don't fuck with chicken. I don't even like generally eating chicken because, like, the shit I know about chicken, chickens just disgust me. But yeah, they all raise Cornish crosses because they have a genetic mutation that makes them double muscled. So, like, all the major muscles in the body, they have 2 of. So since they have 2 muscles, it means they produce twice the amount of meat. But because they have double muscles, when they get to about a month and a half old, the muscles have become so big in their body that it cuts off the fucking blood flow of their veins, and then the muscles start to die and rot inside of the chicken. Which will take a while to kill the chicken. It's a long, slow process. And, you know, Foster's processes them into food significantly before they just die of fucking muscle rot. But, like, yeah, no, you'll kill a chicken to process it, and yeah, it'll just have green, blue, black, rotting chunks inside its body. You basically just rinse it and bleach it till the color goes away, because that's what Foster's does. And they call it good chicken, and they sell it at the store, and people like you buy it and eat it, and they, you know, everybody wonders why people have mad fucking health problems. Like, yeah, bro, because half the shit you buy that says it's food isn't food. And the stuff that arguably is at least close to food is fucking wildly fucking disgusting. That's not even that bad, bro. Go to Japan, you'll find single strawberries for thousands of dollars. No, those are just meticulously cultivated and cared for strawberries. And then on top of that, the expensive ones are the best of the best. The square watermelons are a gimmick. No, the square watermelons are a gimmick. The strawberries, they literally sell for eating. It's just a strawberry. It's sold to be eaten. It's not like turned into a fancy shape or anything like that. It's just meticulously grown like you would expect a person. No, it's a strawberry. Like, it's a normal strawberry, but like the ones that are crazy expensive, the people growing them, they're growing these strawberry plants like a competitive rose grower would grow their roses. So just like meticulously cared for all the way through. And then on top of it, they go through and they hand select and heavily scrutinize every single one of them. And only the most perfect of the most perfect get taken. And then those are further scrutinized. And then, yeah, you end up with one strawberry, a couple grams. And I mean, you know, in their defense, it'll be the best tasting strawberry you've ever eaten in your life. Because again, it was like meticulously grown with care. I mean, no, you really haven't. The strawberries you get at Walmart are nearly rotten. I mean, I don't really want to. I hate Discord. Well, yeah, no, there's actually a like really in-depth video on YouTube exactly about Japan's like $1,000 strawberries and shit. And like, don't get me wrong, I think it's insane to spend $1,000 on a strawberry, but in their defense, unlike any other strawberry you would be buying anywhere in the world, these have been, you know, meticulously hand cared for and like babied and pampered, and it just, the amount of work that goes into it, as to the Japanese does. And again, it'll be the best tasting strawberry you'll ever eat in your life. And I mean, you can go watch it, bro. Like, the Japanese are on top of their shit. You can doubt it all you want. That's just you being a poor. What do you mean? The nuclear weapons we used didn't leave radiation behind. At least not like modern ones that'll ruin the land for thousands of years. Because if that were the case, by the same logic, the US shouldn't be habitable for thousands of years. Do you have any idea how many nuclear weapons we detonated in the fucking Nevada, Arizona desert? Thousands of them. You know how many we set off underground, how many we set off in the air, how many we detonated in the oceans? It's entirely I mean, no, the frogs are gay because you got all sorts of weird chemical runoff that's more or less affecting the frogs like hardcore gender transitioning hormones, and it's not making the frogs gay. The frogs, because they have genetics that allow more malleable things like asexual reproduction and gender shifting, the massive inflow of what are the frog basically is processing as fucking as like, you know, sexual hormones are telling the frog's body to shift to female, which has been proven. It's not even, there's no denying it anymore. It's been literally proven. It's not turning the frogs gay in the like direct sense, like, because those were Alex Jones's words. They're making the frogs gay. Like, it's not actually making the frogs gay, but it's damaging their hormone structures, which is then causing them to gender shift into female frogs. And that's been proven. But you know, Alex Jones, he was a crazy person just talking about crazy nonsense. But lo and behold, they're actually, the shit they're fucking dumping in the water is making frogs gender shift. This game just crashed. I think it just crashed. No, it didn't. It toughed it out. Well, it'd just be what it be, man. The food they tell you is food is so far from food. And they get away with it because it only affects the poor. The rich don't buy any of this crap. Like, the rich aren't buying Foster's Farms chickens from the fucking local grocery store. No, I can tell you what the rich are buying. I used to raise chickens for the rich. They're buying chickens that are any kind of heritage breed, so breeds that have been around hundreds of years and are well established as being safe to eat. They won't touch a Cornish cross. They'll only eat organically raised chickens, and they pay basically as much per pound as you pay per chicken. Like, I used to raise little dinky shitbag 4-pound chickens and be paid $35 per chicken. And then the guy we were selling, I sold hundreds of them. You can say never all you want. He would pay us $35 a chicken, fucking $6, $7, $8 a pound. Then he turns around, he'd turn around and he sells them on his fucking food website for rich people, where they pay as much as $50 to $75 a chicken. I sold this man thousands of chicken over the course of several years, because you have to have a food processing license to do more than 1,000 chickens a year. So I never did more than 1,000 a year. I'd do, you know, however many batches up to around 900, and then the next year would come around and the counters reset, so I get to sell up to almost 1,000 chickens again. Yeah, no, I did it. I did it for years, bro. You can say it doesn't happen, but he literally paid me $6, $7, $8 a pound per chicken. And he had to be making money off them because he was buying hundreds of chickens at a time. You're not just buying hundreds of chickens at an insane fucking organic price if you're not like reselling them and making a profit. Like, yeah, no, that's what rich people eat. They eat chicken that someone like me, who gives a shit about what they do, meticulously raised to be organic and hand processed. Yeah, they'll pay $75 a chicken. They don't give a fuck, because they know that chicken's safe to eat. The chicken that you're getting at the store is not safe to eat. It's really not. Like, trust me, bro. I've raised chickens. You're eating Cornish crosses. The majority of the meat on your chicken is actually already in the stage of rotting. They've just bleached all the rot so it doesn't visibly look like it's rotting. It just is what it is. You go watch all the shit that covers it. Fucking Food Inc., things like that, bro. The stuff that you get at the store is basically poison. That's what RFK's whole fucking kick is about, bro. The majority of what Americans are told is food isn't even food. It's closer to poison than it is to food. But see, the thing is, the poors don't have a choice. You know what I mean? My poor ass, your poor ass, we can't go out and spend $75 for a chicken, because that's insane. But rich people, it's nothing. Because obviously, you know, they're They're spending the money because they care about their health. It's worth the money because they know it's actually safe to eat. What you're getting isn't safe to eat, but the FDA has been infiltrated for years. That's why basically everything in our stores contains masses of poisons and fucking preservatives and chemical conditioners. And yeah, you think any of that shit does anything good for your body? Fucking absolutely not. That's why Americans are the sickest people in the world, yet we have the most availability to what you would generally understand to be like nutrition. It's because none of it's actually nutrition. It's just poison. Poison in food shape. That's why I don't eat anything from the fucking stores anymore. I raise all my own meat. I buy local organic fucking milk. I make all my own bread. No, they don't, because I don't grow crops. And all of my flour comes from another country, countries where Monsanto is illegal. There's no crops where I am. I'm in cattle land. You can't spray somebody's cattle. If something flew over my land spraying something, they're getting shot because they're poisoning my cattle. I don't grow crops. No, not currently, I don't. And regardless, nothing sprays over my land. There are no crops. There's nobody who grows crops here. There's no crop dusters. Everything where I am, basically the whole almost entire farming sector of this state, cattle ranches, sheep ranches, it's all things that eat grass and turn grass into meat. There's not really crops being grown out here. And especially not crops that you would have like crop dusters for, unless you go like several hundred miles north to I can't remember the name of the town, but they make grass seed. They're the biggest producer of grass seed in the world. That's like the only grown crop that's really a thing around here. No, there's just I don't remember what fucking city it is, but one of the cities in Oregon, it's just some little rinky-dink shit city. Their claim to fame is they're the #1 producer of grass seed in the entire world. Like, that's the whole town's fucking hype. We make grass seeds for planting grass. Yeah, Oregon is the world's #1 producer of cool season grass seed and turf grass seed, particular in the Willamette Valley, region known as the grass seed capital of the world. That's like the only thing. That and potatoes, but you don't spray potatoes because potatoes are underground. But you don't spray potatoes because, that's my point. None of the things that are grown here are things that are sprayed, because grass isn't subject to pests, so you don't need to spray it with pesticides. And potatoes grow underground. You don't spray the tops of potatoes with pesticides. It wouldn't do anything anyways. It wouldn't protect the potatoes. So the shit doesn't get sprayed because the stuff grown here wouldn't benefit from it. It would be a waste of money. All of your food comes from GMO hellhole. All of my food comes from either my backyard eating the grass, the all organic grass, because I don't use pesticides of any kind. I don't use weed killers of any kind that aren't organic. I make my own weed killer. It's literally just vinegar, water, salt, and a little bit of Dawn dish soap. Because vinegar's acidic enough, it'll penetrate the seed shell, and salt will kill the seed, and congratulations, weed is dead. And it's all natural. All the animals can consume stuff like that. Vinegar is good for animals. Salt is good for animals. The worst thing that I spray is a little bit of Dawn dish soap, which, let's all be honest here, we have seen them slather baby duckies in Dawn dish soap and be like, it doesn't hurt the baby duckies. So, like, if you can slather a baby ducky in it and it's not going to hurt the baby ducky, I don't think a little bit of soap runoff is going to hurt anything else. You know what I mean? It doesn't, though. It gets the oil off the ducks. It saves all the baby duckies. That's like their, I mean, duckies are totally rapists. That's a different thing, but like, yeah, you know what I mean? The Dawn dish soap's not gonna hurt nothing. Vinegar's good for them. Salt's good for them. And the only other thing in my weed killing mixture is literal water, which my water comes out of the ground, so it's natural spring water. It's got no additives, no fluorides, no chlorine, none of the shit that's in your tap water. Like, yeah, bro. And people wonder why Americans are so sick, dude. Your water, your food, everything you use to keep yourself alive is basically just slowly killing you. Because, you know, they balance it so that it's not heavy enough dosages to just like outright fuck you up out of the gate. They stay within what the FDA considers tolerable amounts. I'm sorry, bro. The tolerable amount of fucking chlorine that should be in people's water, 0. Like, the tolerable amount of rotten meat that should be allowed to remain attached to a chicken carcass being sold to someone as food is, in my opinion, is fucking 0. The amount of fucking dead bugs and shit that can be in canned food, in my opinion, should be fucking 0. Yeah, the amount of 40-syllable chemical compounds that should be allowed in food, in my opinion, is fucking 0. But the FDA, they create guidelines that allow for these companies to literally poison your food. And then, yeah, of course, yeah, when people are consuming poisons every day in small amounts, sure, you like build up an immunity to the poisons in the sense that, like, they won't make you feel like shit just when you ingest them at like the face value, but over time that shit builds up in your body. And like, I don't give a fuck. Ain't nobody in this world gonna convince me that fucking there are allowable quantities of poison that should be in people's food. Absolutely not. Yeah, that's why I don't fucking eat anything processed. I don't. I mean, like, one shot once when I was like in my early 20s. So I drank it once. That's the whole thing. See, that's the whole, guys. These allowable limits. Yeah, it means it's more or less fine. If, yeah, you drank it, you know, a dozen times in a decade, yeah, you're not really talking about building up any significant amount of these poisons. But see, and that's the thing, companies like McDonald's and all of that and all this processed food garbage, when you actually sit the company people down and start hashing through it, they go, oh, absolutely, this stuff is in no way meant to be consumed every day. Like, this is supposed to be stuff you eat like randomly on a whim occasionally, not daily. Probably fucking animal food. Yeah. Which in general is not necessarily a bad thing, depending on what the fucking contents of it are. You know what I mean? Like, by the same logic, you know, a head of lettuce, you know what it also works great for? Fucking cow food. But an organic head of lettuce, you can eat that all the same as the cow. Especially if it's organic, then absolutely. It's just as safe for you as it is for anything else. So the fact that it was cow food isn't necessarily in itself a bad thing. What makes it a bad thing is all the shit that they put into it, because the FDA says, well, yeah, there can be about this much of it. But see, the FDA says there can be about this much of it because of the fact that these companies, you know, they push, they heavily impress the fact that you're not supposed to eat this shit every day. This isn't supposed to be food that you eat on the regular. Like, you know what I mean? People aren't just supposed to be horking down bag after bag of fucking hot chip. Like, you're not. It's meant to be like, you know, a rare, once in a while, occasional snack type thing for situations like you're too busy to stop and get actual food, blah blah blah. You grab some cheap garbage snack, you eat that, you're not hungry anymore, you go on with life. That's what it's meant to be. And when consumed like that, sure, the extremely low levels of poison aren't really that big of a deal. I mean, there still shouldn't be any poison in the food, but like, my point is that's the guise they get the FDA to allow these things through, is the guys that, yeah, people shouldn't be eating this every day. People shouldn't be eating one of these a week. Like, these are meant to be a rare occasion filler type thing, which, yeah, it contains no nutritional value. It's mainly just there so that you'll stop feeling hungry for a while until you get actual nutritional value. Problem is, most poor people can't afford the actual nutritional value, so they live off these things that the companies tell the FDA are not meant to be consumed regularly. So like, the allowance of it is because you're not supposed to consume it regularly. The linchpin is that the average fucking lower middle class or poor person can't really afford to eat anything else on a regular, like, interval. Like, they can only afford to buy half rotted Cornish cross chickens. They can only afford to buy garbage processed foods that will last on the shelf for weeks and months, because they can't afford to be doing what people who eat all organic do. Like, bro, I throw away tons of bread, like tons of it, because I make my bread at home and it's all organic. So you give it a couple of days, and, you know, a loaf of bread, if it's not gone within 5 days, it's animal food. It goes to the chickens and the ducks and the geese, because it's gotten too hard for me to want to eat, which is why they pump your bread full of chemical conditioners. Those chemical conditioners keep your bread nice and soft and supple for weeks. My bread won't make it a week. But see, the difference is I can buy a big ass bag of flour for the cost of a loaf of bread, and then I just make my own bread for the next several months. I pay extra because I buy flour that's grown and processed in countries that have outlawed Monsanto, because I don't want to be eating American grown wheat. American grown wheat's going to be soaked in glyphosate Monsanto Roundup, so it's not safe to eat American wheat. So I pay like the cost of 2 loaves of bread for a big ass bag of flour from another country that doesn't allow Monsanto to operate at all. So I know that that wheat at least isn't soaked in Roundup. And then I make 10 loaves of bread over the course of the next few months. So like, long term, that costs less, but it takes more work. The average poor person doesn't exactly have extra time to dedicate to, well, let me make a sourdough starter and tend it every few hours until it's nice and strong and can stand on its own for longer periods of time. Yeah, and now let me spend several hours fucking taking the starter and fresh flour and mixing it into a dough and then kneading it for 20 minutes. Then you gotta let it rest for a couple hours. Now you gotta put it in, like, yeah, it's a whole bunch of stuff and it's a bunch of time. The problem is, poor people just don't have time and they don't have money. They don't have the money to pay for the organic stuff that somebody else has made because it's all crazy expensive, like the chickens. You don't got $75 to spend on one chicken that's like a 5-pound chicken. Like, come on, you know you don't. I know you don't. I wouldn't pay $70 for a fucking 3 to 5 pound chicken. You don't have any idea how small of a chicken that is? Well, yeah, that's just because you're poor and you're buying the cheapest things you can. But my point is, basically, bro, I sell out chickens that were 3 pounds, and dude would pay me $25, and then he'd sell them for like 50 or 60. Would you pay $50 for a 3.14 pound chicken? See, that's the thing. You can't. He runs it all online. The rich people don't go to stores, bro. They have specialty online stores that only have healthy shit like organically raised non-Cornish chickens and fucking flowers from other countries where it's safe to grow flower, vegetables that have been hand cultivated in America, organically, certified organic, never left the country at any point. They've been fucking hands-on in America the entire process, fucking farm to table. Anything that's farm to table, you'll pay through the fucking nose for. That's the whole thing. The poor people can't afford to pay through the fucking nose for every little thing. Rich people can. It doesn't hurt them to spend $50 on a chicken, $75 on a chicken, fucking $30 on a bag of flour. Doesn't cause them any qualms. The poor people can't afford that shit. Bro, they make so much money, they get richer by the day, and it doesn't even affect them. That's my point. It literally has no discernible effect on their life. And sure, if they ate dog shit, they'd save a little bit of money over the course of the year, but then they'd be sick and they would die young and they'd be burning up the money in fucking doctor's visits. Like, that's the funniest part. The poor people will lose more money in fucking doctor visits and shit unless they're going to like free clinics. So like, yeah, you're trying to eat to save money and you're basically just poisoning yourself. And then instead of giving the money to, well, I don't want to use Discord. I hate Discord. Discord sucks dick. And your Discord like cuts in and out constantly. Yeah, no, I don't know. I like last night, whatever, I don't know if it was last night or the night before, but yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'd hear a couple words out of each sentence, and it'd be just chopping in and out, in and out. Maybe, I don't know if it was like, you know, mic monitoring issue or if it was just like Discord chunking. I obviously don't know precisely. I just know it was just like chopping in and out as you were talking. But yeah, you know, hopefully RFK can clean up our country's food. I mean, but for your sake. Well, no, RFK is the one in charge of like the Department of Health or whatever it is. Oh yeah, Elon's he's doing stuff. I mean, I don't know if he can fix everything, but they're gonna trim a lot of the fucking fat, and all the leftists are gonna scream and cry like he's stealing shit. Which the funniest thing about that I just don't grasp. He's not elected. He has access to your social security number and all your data. Please inform me. Well, no, here's the best part. Here's the best part. Please inform me the last time you voted for any employee at the IRS. Don't worry, I'll wait. Exactly. Well, you know, in the last, under Joe Biden, you know, they hired 87,000 new IRS agents. That's 87,000 unelected people who all have access to the database that contains your social security number, all your personal data. Oh, what? But I thought the big deal was that these people weren't elected. No one at the FBI, or not the FBI, at the IRS has ever been elected. Even the heads of it are just appointed by the president, the same way Elon was appointed to Doge. So like, well, no, Doge is Trump created the Department of Government Efficiency. To be fair, it was actually already a department that existed and just wasn't doing anything anymore, and they fucking rebranded it. So they took an already existing government organization and just re-geared it to something that was needed, as opposed to doing nothing like it was before. But again, everyone at the IRS is unelected. They have all your information. And not only do they have all your information, they also have the authority to just arbitrarily levy fines against you. Like, even if they're fraudulent. Oh, and then on top of that, the IRS is basically protected. So even if they levy a fraudulent fine against you, at best, the best recourse you're going to receive is you'll get the money that was fraudulently taken back. There's no recourse. You can't sue them for damages incurred while they had your money fraudulently taken. No, there's nothing you can do. They're fully protected. So like, what the fuck difference is it? I mean, please, somebody explain it to me. Unelected versus unelected. It's literally the same fucking thing. But you know, they gotta control the morons, so they come up with some dumb thing to shriek about, and the morons fucking shriek about it. They're too stupid to even understand what they're shrieking about, though. Like, oh, he's unelected? Like, yeah, so is the head of the IRS, so is the head of the FBI, the DOJ. Pick any government acronym agency. I'll show you the head of them. Guess what? They weren't elected. They were appointed. A president went, I want you to head up this acronym agency. And that person went, oh my God, Mr. President, thank you so much for this opportunity. Because like, the fuck else are you gonna do? You know what I mean? You get offered some great position like that by a president, yeah, of course you fucking take it. It's a great career choice. To not take it would be stupid. And on top of it, even if you turn it down, he's just gonna arbitrarily appoint somebody else. So like, they're all appointed. And you know, don't get me wrong, I get it. Some of the things that go on the books do go under you know, improper titles for national security reasons. You know, like when X amount of money needs to go to the CIA to do whatever in Bolivia, yeah, absolutely. You don't label that as, oh yeah, money for the CIA to overthrow Bolivia. No, it gets labeled as something dumb like whatever, emergency aid in some place that's not Bolivia, and that makes sense. I get that. Obviously, things that are, you know, distinguishable as national security related, then of course you're not just gonna have that be out in the open on the bill. Like, yeah, this is the overthrow Bolivia bill. We need $50 million to fund the assassination of the Bolivian president so that our rebel friends we've created and been funding with also that money can then rise to the seat of power, and then we'll have friends inside Bolivia. Yeah, I get it. You can't just come out and like say that if that's what you're doing. So of course, there's always going to be some stuff on the books that may say it's to something stupid and then is totally for something else. But like the amount of stuff that they found that was for just stupid shit, underwater chicken tickling in Zimbabwe and shit. Bro, if we have that many CIA operations going on, there's something seriously fucking wrong with the country. But then what Doge has even found and shown and proved, it's actually just a fucking onion of theft. Congress will authorize, you know, $100 million for surprise butt sex in Bolivia. And then they'll hand that off to a non-government organization. Usually these NGOs are set up by Democrat politicians or other politicians. And, you know, they cut that $100 million check and they hand it to the NGO and they go, all right, you're in charge of the surprise butt sex in Bolivia. That NGO goes, all right, cool. And they take $50 million and they put it in their private account. And then they take the remaining $50 million and they hand that to a different NGO and they go, all right, we're delegating to you the program of surprise butt sex in Bolivia. And that NGO goes, all right, we got it. And they'll take $25 million, half of what's been given to them, and they'll put that in their private account. And they take the remaining half and they go find another NGO and they're like, hey, we're putting you in charge of surprise butt sex in Bolivia. And that NGO's like, okay. And they're like, all right, here's $25 million. And those people are like, all right, cool, we got it. And they take $12.5 million and they put it in their fucking private account. In some of the cases, Elon even has said and shown, basically, they just onion level steal. This one takes this, and by the time it gets down the chain, sometimes literally $0 actually get to the surprise butt sex in Bolivia. Which, I mean, don't get me wrong, I think funding something like surprise butt sex is retarded, and a lot of the things they claim to be funding are retarded. But the problem is, they aren't even funding the retarded thing. They're just disappearing money off down non-government channels because the government doesn't have the right to oversight over NGOs. So, like, yeah, you know, the government has oversight and can demand to see this and that within governmental organizations. But once it goes outside of that, then you have to, like, the IRS audit them. And let's be real here. These NGOs are fairly good at hiding their shit. Most of them use the standard rich people shit, and they just put them in offshore accounts in countries that don't give America any authority to audit anything. You can't go audit someone's Cayman Island bank account. The Caymans will laugh at your face and you have no authority here. You can see nothing. Leave. No, they can't, because the Cayman Islands aren't America. The IRS can't go into a foreign country. Yeah, no, they can't. That's why everybody uses the Cayman Islands as their offshore ghost accounts. They use the Cayman Islands. They use Qatar. You think the IRS is going to go to Qatar, one of the richest countries, providing the largest amount of funding to the UN, so much so that they can sway UN decisions and World Health Organization fucking proclamations? You think they're going to go do anything to Qatar? Absolutely not. No, the IRS can't do shit to Qatar. The Qataris will laugh at you, and if you persist, they'll kill you in the street, and the American government won't be able to do shit because it's within their law structures. That's how the rich abuse shit. See, that's the thing, though. You can't prove who a Cayman Island account's tied to because they don't provide you information. They're not like, oh, yeah, this is Mr. Diddy's account. No, all you see is that that's the thing. The IRS they only have authority in America. Only in America. Anything else in the world, they have zero authority. That's why the politicians hide all their money in foreign countries. You can argue against it all you want, but it literally is happening every single day of every single fucking year. It's happening right now. I guarantee you, there are current sitting politicians who probably have millions, if not more, sitting in accounts in Qatar, in the Caymans, in all of these places that in their nation's law structure strictly says nobody has the authority to see or do a damn thing with our banking. The Swiss are the same way. A world war wouldn't change Switzerland's mind on who can see money. That's why the Nazis hid all their money in Switzerland. Like, That's how the world works. It's just stuff the poors don't have access to and will never understand. Because they're stupid enough to think the IRS is actually fucking capable of doing this shit. They're not. And even if they try to, they're going to get a call from somebody high up in the government who is tied to these places hiding money, and they're going to be like, you need to stop. And if that person doesn't stop, that person's out of a job. It's just the way it is. It's corrupt to the core, bro. And fucking and the IRS is corrupt to the core as it is, because I don't think there has been a single person ever who has been able to show an actual legal code that requires citizens, personal citizens, to pay income taxes. In the law, it says individuals and corporations, but if you actually go look at the legal definitions of those words, neither one of those applies to you, Joe Blow Nobody. Because those words have strict definitions. Everything in the legal code has strict, defined definitions telling you exactly what it means and exactly what it doesn't mean. There's even a video right now of one of the IRS people coming out talking about how income taxes is an entirely voluntary system, and if people don't remain voluntarily paying, that there's going to be problems and blah, 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 blah. How is it voluntary if you will take people to court and put them in prison? That's not voluntary. The funniest part still, though, is that no one can show a law that within the legal definitions of the words used says it requires a private person to pay taxes. Is it not sending you the code? Well, I was just gonna say, I believe you. I believe you know your password. Is it actually sending you the code? Oh, well, I'm advising you this because, trust me, be careful right now. If you make a wrong fucking move, they can and will permanently lock your account. You're exactly where I found myself before they locked my account. We need to send you a code. They didn't send me a code. I filed a ticket saying your system's not sending the codes. Then I went and talked to a guy. He helped me get into my account. I turned on two-factor. Then when they finally got around to the ticket, they couldn't get in because of two-factor. So they permanently locked my main account. So like, yeah, bro, be very careful. Do not turn on two-factor authentication, whatever the fuck you do. Like, well, I did because fucking my account was always harassing me. Oh, we need to send you a code. And then like it wouldn't send codes. Oh, whatever. But I'm just saying, you definitely don't turn on two-factor. I'm giving you this advice as a person who got fucked by them. Oh yeah, I just have to keep harassing them once a week, and no, I do it every couple days. Every couple days I go harass them.
Someone is asking for trouble over there.
Can't be that hard to find this one loser. Look everywhere. One sneak.
Oh god, is it gonna break?
Whoever spots them gets a bump.
Oh my god, Xbox. Oh, okay, it put me in. Okay, it put me in, but now I gotta go fix all this. Cockbox.
Look around, they're still here.
right? And indicative of what I always complain about. Mic and speakers were working fine 5 seconds ago. Joined a new party. Broken. Can't hear you. Can't hear anybody. Nobody can hear you. Go change all the settings just to change them back.
Stuck over here.
Uh-huh. Yeah. I did. Cause Xbox shit, bro. You wanna know something funny? Any normal game I play, I set the resolution and the screen type that I want it to be in, and then it just stays in that. Every time I start and end the game, that's just what it is. Every game on Xbox, every time I start the game, total randomization. Total randomization of resolution, quality, what screen format, all of it. Just randomized. Sometimes it's 4K, sometimes it's 720, sometimes it's full screen, sometimes it's windowed, sometimes it's borderless, sometimes it goes retarded and it makes the video 4K, but then puts the game on my fucking little 720p screen that I use specifically for chat, and fucking, so then it overhangs off of that screen, because, you know, the screens are like connected so the mouse can cross. Then it'll just be like half on one screen, half on the other screen. And then like it won't let me switch which number screen I want it on, even though my main screen is screen number 1 and the other one is screen number 2. It'll just arbitrarily decide that there is only screen number 2, and it's both screen number 1 and screen number 2. Bro, it'll straight arbitrarily be like, yeah, no, it's on screen number 1, even though I can see it's on screen number 2. And screen number 1 will still be the correctly named screen. It'll be my ViewSonic 4K, blah, blah, whatever model it is. And the other one will still be shown as number 2. But yet it'll keep opening everything up onto the number 2 and carrying on like it's on the number 1. So it'll size it for number 1 in 4K and then stuff it on a 720 screen, and then it just overflows back onto number 1. It's insanity. It's like if you let a drunk child fucking run your life.
The sound of my own voice. It's like I'm talking to a stone wall for all they listen.
Like it's literally insane. And like dude, it's so bad you'll be wondering if it's actually you that's insane. You're like, there's no way it could be this bad. Like, am I crazy? Like, I have to be crazy, right? Like, oh no, bro, it's truly just that bad.
He's made a dog's He steps out of line, I'm gonna be the first to show him.
They've all just gotten wildly lazy, bro. It's why did it kill him? It was supposed to put him to sleep. That was a sleep dart. Why is he dead? I think he's either Spanish or Portuguese. His name was Paulo.
Why does she want that apartment?
I mean, if he was Spanish, absolutely weak genetics, because, like, wildly inbred. Nah, bro, like, historically, the Spanish were so, at least the royal family was so inbred that they had to change the language because it got so bad that fucking, I forget which prince it was, but he had what they call Habsburg jaw so badly that he couldn't pronounce the words correctly in their language. So they changed the way words were pronounced to accommodate his jaw deformity, which was caused by being multi-generational inbred. See, that man went to sleep. What the fuck? How come Paulo fucking disintegrated and ceased to exist? I mean, his name is just Paolo. I don't know if that's his first or his last name. I don't know if he has a last name. I'm gonna restart this level. I am so confused, and the autosave is after the death of Paolo, who shouldn't have died. Technically, you're cooking 2 chicken titties.
For several years, Delilah's been here.
No, it's from a Cornish cross. There's 2 titty muscles in there when there should only be 1. It looks like that, it does, but it is not a singular breast. Because all major muscles in a Cornish cross, it grows 2 muscles that like attached in the same plate. They kind of fuse together, but that's what causes them to like get super sick and start rotting, is that as the muscles like fuse together in development, they pinch off the arteries that they need to get blood flow, and then the muscles start to die. But yeah, you can look it up. Cornish crosses are, especially like the breast, they're double breasted. So like each breast is actually 2 breast muscles. It does. It does, but it's just not the reality. I raised a batch of them once. They're horrible. They're horrific. It's wild. But to be fair, when I raised a batch of them, we didn't know that they were hideous monsters. You know what I mean? Like, no, what chased Preston, I think, was like either a Rhode Island Red or, was it an Australorp? Might have been, I don't know. We have several kinds of like, had several kinds of heritage chickens. We had Rhode Island Reds, American Rangers, fucking Australorps, and a couple others, because like sometimes when you order big batches of chickens, they'll give you like extra little chickens for free, just, you know, some like samples of like fancier breeds or heritage breeds, or, you know what I mean, things like that. Because like when we were starting the chicken stuff way back then, you know, you ordered like 200 fucking chickens. And they're like, oh, fuck, if these people are buying 200 fucking chickens, like, let's throw in some of the cool specialty ones. Because, like, there are some really cool breeds of chickens. Like, I forget exactly what they're called, but I call them, like, Polish poofs. Like, the top of their head is all, like, poofy, and the feathers are all, like, cool looking. And they look like cool little chickens with an afro. Like, they're cool as fuck. They're heritage chickens, too. But yeah, when you buy like 200 chickens, yeah, they'll sprinkle in a couple of the unique ones just for free, because of course, you know, they don't know what you're doing for sure. They probably assume you're processing them for food, but you know, you get a couple freebie chickens that look cool. You probably won't process those for food. You'll just like let them hang out and be chickens and like collect eggs off of them or whatever. So yeah, when you buy big batches, they'll always throw in. Well, they'll throw in a handful or 2 of random freebie types, and some of them are really cool, like the little Polish poof heads. Super fucking cool. They are so fucking cool looking, and they're like super chill chickens. And they just like, yeah, and they just do their own thing, and they got their little afro that bobbles as they waddle around, and fucking, they're like super cool. And like they come in all kinds of colors, and yeah, there's all kinds of super cool breeds of chicken, bro. It's wild. And then we kind of generally just think of chicken, in America at least, you generally think of basically when someone says chicken, it creates like one of 2 things in your mind. And it's either all white with the little red, wobbly things on top. And those are generally like Cornish crosses, because the Cornish crosses are usually all white with their little red wobbly. Most other types of chicken are like, they have colors and patterns, and you know, Rhode Island Reds are like have long legs and more like ginger colored feathers, and you know, there's tons of them. The little Polish dudes can be black and white, and you know, based on luck. You can get ones that look like really cool. They'll be like almost all black with just like a white fucking pom-pom at the top of their head. Yeah, they're super cool looking. Like, some of the chickens are super cool. The only chickens that I hate are Cornish crosses because they're hideous fucking genetic monsters made by science. They're not natural. Yeah, they're just gross. They were like, I mean, I get it. They weren't genetically modified in what I consider genetic modification, where they're like taking DNA out of things and injecting it into the embryo. No. Cornish crosses were made in the old, what they love to swear is fucking also genetic modification, you know, crossbreeding, ancient genetic modification. This chicken fucked that chicken and their mix of DNA yielded this. I don't consider that genetic modification. Yes, I consider that selective breeding. Well, nowadays they love to fucking lump selective breeding in with genetic modification in America, mind you, because they intentionally want to obfuscate and confuse people so that when people hear the word GMO, they think, oh yeah, the same as like crossbreeding dogs. Like, no. GMO is they extracted DNA chunks out of various things and then recompiled some genetic monster. Like, GMO corn isn't just we bred this corn with this other corn over here. No, bro, they injected specialty DNA sequences to make that corn able to tolerate heavy doses of like gnarly pesticide. That is not the same. I'm sorry, it's not. That's genetic modification. They, the people, modified the genetic structure. It is not nature randomized the DNA of these two chickens fucking and gave you a third kind of chicken. Like, so yeah. Well, no, they may have been selectively bred. I don't eat them because the problem comes from their double muscled shit, causes them to have like rot in their body. I've seen it. When we did a batch of them, you'd go to process it and you'd get all the feathers off and there'd just be like a huge black green like streak through the middle of the leg, and if you cut into it and got in there, sure enough, just rotten flesh and pus and shit. Like, literally just dead muscle abscess inside the chicken's body. And that's caused by the double muscle structure because it starts to block the blood flow. So they're just monsters. They're monsters created by science, and they're horrible. And then you couple that with the fact that the conditions they're raised in are also fairly horrifying. But that's all that's like in the stores, unless you go to like the specialty rich people websites and want to pay an arm and a leg for a fucking chicken. So I just generally don't eat chicken. Because I don't like raising lots of chicken. I don't like processing lots of chicken. It's very tedious and annoying. I'm actually like basically fixing to list all my stuff for chicken processing on fucking like Craigslist for somebody else to take, because it just sucks. That's fine. I can live without chicken. Chicken's not even, it's not even the best of the meats, you know what I mean? Like, it's an okay meat, yeah, but you compare that to pork or beef, I'll eat beef every time. Not really. Pigs are actually very clean. Bro, chickens eat their own shit. Chickens will literally eat their own rotting flesh as they're waiting for it to kill them. And I've raised pigs. Pigs don't eat their own shit. Pigs actually won't even eat vaguely close to the portion of the pen they generally shit in. Granted, you have to give them a large enough pen, of course. Like, if they don't have room to shit at one end and eat at the other, then they're just gonna do whatever they have to do. Like, that's a given. I've raised pigs. Pigs are way cleaner than chickens. Pigs won't just start rotting and then eat their own rotting body while they slowly fade. Like, and generally all the pork I eat is pork that I raised. Granted, I haven't raised pigs in a hot minute, but when I processed out the whole herd, I had like hundreds and hundreds of pounds of pork. I mean, I've got pork from 5-6 years ago. Like, I'll feed my dogs a whole pork ham. Like, I could take an axe and cut it in half. Oh no, it's still safe for me to eat. It's been frozen for 5 years. It's just not going to taste good. Like, it's been in a deep freezer. It's completely safe to eat. It's just going to be freezer burned and oxidized, and it's not going to taste optimal. And I've got so much of it that, like, yeah, fuck it. Why would I want to eat the old stuff? I've got newer stuff. That's just 5 years old. I've got stuff that's only like 2 years old, 3 years old. Why would I want to eat the 5-year-old stuff? I haven't even eaten the fucking stuff that's 3 years old. It's a lot of pork. It's a lot of pork to eat, you know what I mean? Because I also raise cows and sheep, so I eat a lot of fucking sheep and lamb and beef and, you know, there's just too much. There's just too much to eat it in a reasonable amount of time, because I'm not like some fat bastard, you know what I mean? It's not like I'm eating ham steaks for breakfast and then some like pork roast for lunch and then a fucking... No, I eat once a day. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I'll eat once a day, maybe twice, and by twice I mean like I might have a snack like a bagel with some salami in between the slices, like. So like, yeah, it's just what? But yeah, it's offensive, the things that they try to tell us are food. That's why I moved to the middle of nowhere where I could raise my own food and not have to deal with any of that shit. Man, it looks like chicken. Maybe, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, realistically, it's probably just like tendon. Or the sheathing of the tendon, or, you know, whatever. Yeah. That's another thing. I hate, like, the way chicken, like, is. Just be, like, eating it and all of a sudden just, like, tendon and gross. Like, ah, oh, it's fucking nasty. But I don't know. I'm very picky about what I eat. I also don't like eating fat, like, at all, really. I generally do not eat fucking anything fat. Unless it's bacon. That's about the only thing I consume that, like, still has the fat. All of, like, the steak and everything else I eat, I cut the fat off. It goes to the dog. I might miss little tiny straps of it, you know what I mean, in the process of, like, cutting, but I don't like these people out there who, like, they'll eat their whole steak and then have the whole fat strap and be like, oh, the best part, and start eating. Ugh. Fucking horrible. I don't know how people can do that. My sister's like that. She will eat, like, gladly eat fucking fat strap and shit. It makes me look cute. Sorry, I couldn't hear you. There's like a windstorm in this fucking game right now. She used to. Now she's like 120 pounds. I mean, she's like 5'3", but she's 120 pounds of like muscle, because all she does is like whatever, train at an MMA gym with her goofy little MMA friends, and she's lost a ton of weight. So no, she used to. Now she just does enough actual physical whatever to burn what she eats. But yeah, she used to. Like her whole life, she was a mildly overweight. She wasn't like one of these thems that you see on like YouTube, like fat is beautiful. No. My sister was. Yeah. My sister was a little bit overweight, and she always like hated it. And she hated being overweight. She wasn't a fat is beautiful person. She tried various diets her whole fucking life, and they didn't work. And it basically boiled down to like, yeah, sister, you just gotta be not sedentary. You could be like me your whole life. You could have been like me. We're blood related. You could have been the same way me and Elaine are. You just had to be active, but you weren't ever really active. At least, especially not growing up and whatever. So like, she was always kind of overweight. Me and Elaine, my oldest sister, we're basically skin and bones, and we pretty much have been our whole lives. And exactly, that's what I mean. I'm just one of those people who's like long and lanky and skinny, and it's what it is. It's because when I was a kid, I was extremely athletic. I fucking skateboarded as a means of transportation, and I would skate ridiculous distances. I'd go 20-30 miles away from home on a fucking skateboard just to turn around and like come back later that night. So like, yeah, I was always going all over the place, and I was on my janky feeding habit of I'll eat like one large meal for dinner, and that's basically it. I might have a snack late at night and then go to bed. So like, yeah, and on the occasions I did do something like, have like whatever family barbecue and just like decimate a rack and a half of ribs and sides and go into a food coma, I was gonna just, still be active as I am, so I burned up all the calories I ate anyway. Yeah, because they're injected to make them juicy, because they're naturally extremely dry. They inject them with a series of chemicals, including salt and water. They call it brining, but there's a lot of chemicals in there that are just straight chemicals. So I don't call it brining, because in my mind, brine is salt, water, seasoning. That's what a brine is. What they call brine, I call poison. And they literally take big ass needles and yeah, they'll stab it into the breast and inject a bunch of that into it, and that makes it stay juicy, and it keeps poor people happy, thinking it's good. And it tastes good because it does have salt and seasonings in it, but it also has all kinds of weird preserving chemicals in it.
Hello, Emily. Stilton's home is just beyond here.
It is what it is. It makes the food last longer and stay shelf stable and all of that. And like, I understand the reasoning that they do it, but the fact that they do it with shit that's basically toxic is fucked up. I'm certain there are things out there you could find that are natural, but I guarantee you that doing it the natural way to make it last longer like that, because, historically people had ways of making meats shelf stable, and it was like salt drying. Yeah, salt drying and stuff. Well, no, some cultures just salt dry. They'd take so much salt and literally bury the object in salt and pack it tight around it so that no oxygen could get in, and they would wait till it was fully dried out, and then they'd cut off the very thin outside that was like black from fucking whatever, the salt and everything, and they'd cut that off. And well, no, what do you mean, bro? People back then didn't really have heart attacks because they were all active. You couldn't be sedentary back then, bro. I mean, no, you really couldn't. If you wanted to eat, you couldn't be sedentary.
I've been doing reconnaissance, talking to people. The overseers and the howlers.
And you know, there weren't exactly fucking desk jobs.
Territory where no one will harass you.
I mean, I'm sure there were a few, you know,
overseers both have boundaries set up.
the guy in
those points, they'll attack you on
exactly, like, yeah, the notary, the official scribe, like the treasurer, like, yeah, okay, you had a very small handful of jobs that you could argue are basically desk jobs. Yes, exactly. The majority of people, they were like working fields, building shit, smithing shit, breeding, raising, and training horses, running carriages. Like, yeah, bro, that stuff all has a fair amount of labor to it. So there wasn't a huge amount of sedentary. That, and there also wasn't a ton of salt because they cut off all the outside, which is where the majority of the salt is concentrated. The salt's just there to keep. It does a little bit, and that's why the outside turns black, is because the salt seeps in and like chemical burns it. But the main gist of the salt is to keep bad stuff from growing on it while it dries out. And that's why you cut off all the nasty looking outside, and then the inside is like fucking a prosciutto, a salami, like. So like you can totally do the shit in ways that are organic and like safe. Because the reality is salt's not bad for you. You actually your brain requires salt to operate. Yeah, if your sodium levels get too low, your brain stops working. Yeah, well, all these campaigns that fat was bad for you, oh, butter's bad for you. No, butter's actually not bad for you. It's never been bad for you. They just told you that butter was bad for you so that you'd go buy the margarine that's made out of fucking garbage oils and chemicals. Because the butter's all natural, it's not bad for you. Granted, eating tons of it isn't good for you because too much of anything isn't good for you. You could drink too much water and fucking kill yourself. Like, I'm not saying butter's fucking great for you, go eat it by the pound. Like, absolutely not. But butter's you're good for your, everything in butter is your body can use and process and is not gonna like be bad for your body. The stuff in margarine is fucking chemicals and oil, and that's it. Bro, yeah, no, in no world is chemicals and oil better for you than churned butter fat. Sorry, it'll never be better for you than churned butter fat. That's why they pushed all this bullshit. Oh, well, salt's bad for you. Actually, no. Salt's great for you. In fact, most animals need supplemental salt because salt is so important for the body. It's the quantities of salt. Exactly. So, like, it's not that salt's bad for you. Yeah, it's not that the salt is bad for you. It's the eating fucking 2 pounds of salt isn't good for you. You know, yeah, and drinking 12 gallons of water in a day won't be good for you either. Like, but you need water. You absolutely need water. It's the most important thing your body could ever fucking need. But if you drink too much of it, it will kill you. Like, that's the thing, bro, is a lot of these things through the 70s, the 80s, the 90s. Oh, this is horrible for you. This is horrible for you. That was literally all like, I mean, you could basically classify them as fucking psyops to convince stupid people, the stupid pores, to eat what is basically poison. Because, oh, well, some doctor somewhere said eating butter's way worse than eating these chemicals and oil. But see, no, to be fair, you look at the bottom underneath that. Takis really aren't that bad. I mean, the corn flour is probably GMO corn, so like if you wanted to make your own, you use good corn. You know, palm oil's not great. There are much healthier plant oils you can use, but at least it's not really a seed oil per se. But yeah, ain't that some shit? You're gonna read over that shit and see that the ingredients in Takis are basically healthier for you than what's in most damn near everything else in the fucking your diet. I know. I know. That's what I mean. Like, foreign countries they're quite a bit more see, the calcium hydroxide, that could be, you could literally live without that. That just makes them stay like whatever longer. Monosodium glutamate is just MSG, which there's natural ways to make MSG. Do you know that? There's literally a several thousand-year-old recipe that you can make natural organic MSG. So if you wanted to flavor enhancer, yeah, all of that shit. That's why if you can, you want to get stuff from Europe, because they're very anti multi-syllable fucking chemical compounds being in food. That's why, like, for my flour and stuff, because like flour is usually, you know, because flour is usually like, well, you get what I mean. The flour and the fact that it's a like flour baked good, those are one of the like worst when it comes to what kind of weird ass preservatives have they had to put in it, because, you know, baked breads go bad fast. You know what I mean? If they don't have conditioners and fucking preservatives, bro, they go stale as hell quick as shit, and then you got fucking hardtack. I mean, you can still eat hardtack. People, you know, used it to sail the fucking world by shitty wooden boat. So like, it's still edible. It's just not, and it's not enjoyable to eat. Yeah. You know, it's like, why should I eat like a fucking British sailor in the 1600s when I can have bread that's soft? Like, and just, yeah, you know, that used to be remediated by the fact that most people like baked their own breads and shit. You know what I mean? Like, when your Gam was young, she was probably baking her own baked goods and using ingredients that were basically organic, clean, and all of that. And it's just that people got lazier and lazier. You know, oh, I don't want to bake my own bread. Oh, my bread goes bad too fast. I don't want to have to go to the store every 3 days to get fucking bread. The bread should just last longer. So yeah, they just little by little let people become stupider and stupider, and in the guise of just being sedentary, lazy sacks of shit, they're like, yeah, whatever, I'll eat this bread, because they didn't, you know, they don't know what any of those multi-syllable chemical names are. It means nothing to them. And then, like, my favorite thing to see is when, like, the company's, like, trying to intentionally obfuscate it, you know what I mean? So it'll be, like, something that's healthy for you that you actually need to eat, like one of the fucking B vitamins or something, but they'll give you its multi-syllable fucking chemical compound name. So now you're seeing something that's actually good for you, but you know, there's this word that you don't even fucking understand, right? Niacin, I believe, is basically just B12. If I remember right, niacin is basically just B12. I'm pretty sure niacin's one of the B vitamins. No, niacin is B3. Well, vitamin B3, the vitamin your body needs, B3, is literally niacin. Why do they need to put niacin on there? Why obfuscate the fact that it's B3, one of the essential vitamins your body needs? And that's what I mean. They take the things that are essential to you and they give you the fucking Latinese chemical name for it, and you don't know what that even is, and you're just like, oh, well, if that, you know, I'm sure all of these are okay, right? The essential stuff is bobble to heeble dobble, so I mean, wooble the geeble florb is probably good too, right? That's probably just one of the essentials. Like, they're literally trying to obfuscate to make it confusing. You know, it's the same intellectual dishonesty that you see people on the internet arguing, and they'll be like, oh, dihydrogen monoxide is literally fuel. Hydrogen's a gas fuel. Whoa. Dihydrogen monoxide is fucking water. 2 hydrogen, 1 oxide. H2O, bro, it's water. Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. Yeah. Oh, sodium chloride. Sodium's toxic. Chlorine's toxic. It's double the toxic. No, it's fucking table salt. And that's what I mean, bro. They use these intellectually dishonest tactics to obfuscate to the stupid people, and the stupid people, well, I don't know what chloride or sodium chloride is, and I don't know what fucking thiamine mononitrate riboflavin is. The fuck's a maltodextrin? Like, you know what I mean? They're just like, it's probably all fine. Well, that's the thing, bro. In other countries, there are laws that they can't just do shit like that, and a lot of the countries are just like, nah, you just can't put this fucked up shit in the food. Simple as that. But America is a cesspool dominated by shady Democrats and shady Republicans taking backroom deals and fucking, yeah, letting the FDA just not do its fucking job. And like, oh yeah, no, it's totally fine. You can totally ingest this many milligrams of fucking cyanide per day. It's fine. I mean, is it an onion? Like, if it's an onion, then it's the same shit. All right. I don't care if they call it the fucking Bolivian butt plug. If it's a fucking onion fried, then it's a fucking bloomin' onion. They just can't call it a bloomin' onion because bloomin' onion's probably copyrighted by whoever came up with bloomin' onion. I can almost guarantee you it is, because they used it hard as hell as an advertising thing for a long time. It was all like, no, yeah, the bloomin' onion. Like, yeah, bro, I guarantee you they've got that copyrighted because, yeah, because they used it literally as a like ad campaign for years. So of course they did. Because if they didn't, then all of their competition could have just been like, yeah, we've got the bloomin' onion too. Like, great, we did all that hype work, and now every fucking steakhouse everywhere has just got a bloomin' onion, and everybody wants a bloomin' onion, but fucking that steakhouse is closer. Why are they gonna drive all the way over to Outback if everybody's got the bloomin' onion? No, that's our blooming onion. Bro, I haven't eaten at a restaurant since I was in my 20s. Like, I just don't do it. Well, no, that's not true. I may have, like, eaten at, like, a fucking Chinese restaurant once, and it was horrible. Well, In-N-Out, I'll eat it In-N-Out because they use clean ingredients. Their meat is real meat. They keep their prices low by being smart. They don't buy Black Angus, even though that's the most popular beef. They buy basically retired dairy cows. Like, when a dairy cow hits a certain age and they're really not viable for milk and all of that, they go to the slaughterhouse. And they're usually breeds like Jerseys and Holsteins, who they don't pack on meat fast like a Black Angus does. They gain meat really, really slow. But because these are well-established, healthy milk cows who have generated way more than their value in milk production, because Jerseys and Holsteins, some of them can produce more than 5 gallons of milk a day. So, like, they can produce a heap of milk. But yeah, when they get too old, they get processed all the same. In-N-Out buys, yeah, Jersey and Holstein meat because it's significantly cheaper. That's how they keep their burgers fucking way cheaper than all the other places while still using better ingredients, because their French fries are literally just potatoes. Like, they come into the store as an intact potato. They have a guy, like, there's literally a job at In-N-Out. You're the potato guy, and you've got a little, like, you know, like, it looks like one of those can crusher things, but it's just a frame, and you just, like, pop a potato in, press it, pop a potato in, press it, and it just, like, pushes it through the grate and slices them into the fry dimensions, and that's it. It's just French fries. There's literally just potato. It's not like McDonald's where the fries come in pre-assembled with who the hell knows what. Nope. It enters the store as a potato. The potatoes are cut daily. Again, the meat used is real meat. Like, in my opinion, In-N-Out is like the only acceptable fast food place because they serve clean food, and they're dedicated to not changing it and not upping prices because it's a heavily Christian company. Oh God, no! In tacos, bro. You need, like, you. Yeah. No, what you want is like paprika. No, he's not cooking tacos. He's cooking taco-shaped lies. Bro, you don't put Cajun seasoning in tacos. I mean, don't get me wrong, I can understand, you know, he probably doesn't know the actual seasonings that should go into tacos, but, like, I mean, cumin, paprika, garlic, onion, salt. I mean, if you, yeah, cumin will get you damn close, but I can't operate without, like, paprika and... Oh, yeah, salt, pepper, cumin, maybe some onion powder. That'll get you so damn close, you pretty much won't notice. You take your taco-shaped lies somewhere else, British man. man's over there committing food crimes. The British always commit food crimes, though. That's like their culture. You want to know the funny thing? All the good stuff that is French food, none of it's actually French. Like croissants, I believe, originally come out of Austria. Fucking baguettes, I believe, originally come out of fucking somewhere else to the east. Yeah, no, there's a random lady I watch on YouTube who she finds those videos of like fucking pedantic douchebag European people like yeah, no, they didn't adapt fucking anything. Other cultures have been doing that for thousands of years. They literally just took other people's stuff and started making it, and then after having made it for a long time, you're just like, yeah, no, this is French, even though it's not. Yeah, but using flaky layers of buttered dough, that's common in Greek fucking cooking going back thousands of years. And some of that actually comes out of Turkey. I believe some of the dishes the Greeks make using many, many layers of butter and laminated fucking dough layers of phyllo and this and that. A lot of those came out of Turkey. And yeah, bro, basically none of the stuff that France like blows smoke up their own ass about is actually French. It's stuff they took from other cultures and have just been doing for so long that they just say it's French. Exactly. But yeah, there's a lady that I watch who she like finds the videos of like the douchebaggy pedantic European people. Like it'll be a Frenchman like, oh, Americans, it's not croissant, it's croissant. And fucking yeah, and then she'll be like, oh, okay, if that's how this works, then in your country, do you say McDonald's or do you say McDonald? Because that's an American thing. It was made in America, and the actual way to pronounce it is McDonald's, not McDonald or anything like that. It's McDonald's. And then she'll sit there and well, she'll emphasize it because she's just fucking bagging on them and being just a pedantic douchebag back. But she'll sit there and like shit on them for a bunch of things that are American terms, and then she'll be like, and for the record, croissant is not even French. So you don't really even get to decide what the fuck it's called because you didn't make it. So you have no right to tell anyone how to pronounce croissant or croissant or whatever it is because you didn't make it. It's actually from Austria. So you have no basis for your thing. And yeah, she's just funny. And then the best part about it, she's actually a fluent, like flawless, like literal fluent French speaker. And she'll be like, you know, and you can say whatever you want, but I've been to France. I speak fluent French. You people will be like, oh, like, she's like, I hear it all the time. So you're full of shit. It just says it contains unknown content, and I can't see it. I know, but it just the app just says it contains unknown content, and that's literally it. I don't have like there's no option to reveal said unknown content. Bro, yeah, you're telling me. That's what I mean, bro. The Xbox app on PC is wet dog shit. It is absolutely horrible. I ain't doing shit, man. Just bullshitting and streaming fucking Dishonored. Yeah, well, I gotta fucking stream. I didn't stream nothing yesterday, and consistency is key. I don't do it to you. Yeah, I don't drink. Yeah, I don't drink. It's not worth it. I mean, yeah, when I was like a teenager and like my early 20s. Other than that, like I may drink like socially, you know, whatever.
This must be Paolo's place.
Yeah, something like that, and like, you know, get whatever and just like nurse a drink for several hours, or like, you know, if it's like a family function, whatever. Yeah, like have a beer with family members, shit like that. Yeah, I don't drink to get drunk anymore. It's not fun. Oh, well, see, that doesn't work for me. I'll always remember whatever. I'll just get fucked up to the point that, like, I fucking throw up, and then, like, I still remember it, and it's just miserable. I remember all of the misery. Like, why do? No, I've never thrown up from a hangover. I've never even had a hangover. I'll just get fucked up to the point that, like, my body's like, yeah, no, fuck this, and then, like, yeah, throw up and carry on, like. Well, and you're not drinking enough. I don't know what to tell you. Clearly not enough. Oh. Yeah, I don't know. Like, if I go hard on the drink, it's gonna be more than like a 30 pack and a bottle. There's gonna be multiple 30 packs and multiple bottles. The beer is just like the chaser for the liquor. Yeah, the beer's the hydration and like the chaser for liquor. No, like going hard, like that means I'm like trying to build a pyramid or something. Like there's gonna be, yeah, be a lot more than a 30 pack. Bro, I have built fucking such tall pyramids in the past. It's fun. It's an interesting challenge because you're like shit-faced and wobbly, and you're like trying to stack empty fucking cans, and fun time. But I mean, I guess it also depends on like what beer were you drinking. Oh well, yeah, that's like piss water. That's barely beer. Shit, in most countries that doesn't even qualify as beer. That's like soda for children. Yeah, but bro, in Germany, like hard apple cider would be more potent than that. Yeah, like American beer is fairly weak. basically. Unless you go like, you know, super specialty microbrew, then there's things like Arrogant Bastard and whatever that are like up into the teens. Maybe like high teens, but like, yeah. American beer is fairly lackluster. Yeah, it's not a very well designed system. It tries, but that's being really generous to call trying. It's horrible on PC. Like, is it still working? Okay, yeah, it is still working. Something as simple as a person leaving can like totally break it on fucking PC. Like, but it's mine. It's my property. Xbox is just like, nope. We have spoken. Like, you motherfuckers. What the hell are you made of? Oh yeah, I can shoot this guy with real crossbow bolts and it takes fucking 3, but fucking Paolo, 1 sleep dart and he's fucking dead. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. My autosave is forever ago. That's also bullshit. Oh, fuck. We'll do it by fucking hand. Ray, why are you body slamming the house? A bug probably flew past her or something. What? Quit? I mean, yeah, in a little bit. Because Rumble can only ingest like 6.5 hours of stream before it like overflows its whatever. The VODs don't seem to save properly. So I usually just run them to around there. And if I'm gonna keep streaming, then I'll just like, you know, start another one afterwards. But like I gotta at least put out one. Consistency. That, and I'm like starting to enjoy the streaming. It's fine. I can go on unhinged tangents about shit like the horrors of our food or the state of the video game industry, and yeah, it amuses me. I have all my tangents saved, so if I ever need to readily access them, they're there.
This must be Paolo's place.
Hey, Paolo.
I remember that name.
Why would you go to a bar and pay fucking buy 6 bottles to drink fucking a quarter bottle?
They leave a big enough offering or play just the right musical notes. He doesn't care a fig for me. But he put up this shrine because he
How is that fun, bro? Going to a bar as a dude sucks. It's all dark as hell, so you can't be certain if that woman's actually attractive or if she's a literal fucking pig sow. Like, explain to me what's supposed to be enjoyable about that, so I can already lower my processing capability and then double that with its dark. I mean, yeah. Yeah. Jokes be on them, ain't shit in my pocket. Funniest part about that, jokes also on them, because pharmaceuticals don't really have solid effects on me. Because I have ADD, so reactions are unpredictable. Things like sleeping pills do not work at all. Like, I can take 3 of something you're supposed to take a half of, and it won't even, like, wind me down. No, see, if that's what you're trying to do, what you want is you want something high in dextromorphan or whatever it is, and then, yeah, you want to, like, you know, instead of taking the little, like, measured capsule worth of NyQuil, yeah, you just want to take, like, a couple fat chugs off that bottle and then go lay down, and at some point that dextromorphan will build up, and while it won't really make you tired per se, it'll put you into a kind of like groggy, dreamlike state, because if you drink a fuck ton of it, you can just trip balls. Like, I used to robo-roll all the time as a kid. No, that's triple C. That's not robo-rolling. Robo-rolling is... No, it's not robo-rolling. Robo-rolling is fucking... You chug a bunch of fucking Robitussin PM. No. Mm. It's on Game Pass, and it's not that good. All right, which one of you is fucking Paolo? What? Well, this just got... Yeah, it sounded like broken glass because it was broken fucking glass. That was a gun. I don't think either one of you was Paolo. At least hopefully not. Great. My little mosquitoes ate that man. You know what? Fuck it. Sucks to suck. Now the game's just gonna like bitch at me a whole bunch for fucking being violent. So that's what happened. He turned into a bunch of rats. I understand. I mean, he's got a solid point. God damn. I mean, if it's like actual medical use fentanyl, because there's actually like good fentanyl that's like used by doctors regularly, and it's like well made and regulated, and like yeah, like it like if you've ever had a surgery, you've been given fentanyl. No, like if you've ever had a surgery, you've been given fentanyl. It is what it is. Makes sense.
Dead, for sure.
No mercy. I'll keep
What? You're Paolo.
Killing one of mine.
And who did I? What? Bro, now I'm super confused.
I bet you
Fuck you. Go to sleep. Yeah, trank dart. How you like that? Got a trank dart in your pecker, Paolo. What do you think about that?
What?
Ah, the hand is moving.
Paolo had a mummy.
Nah, I was telling Paolo to go to sleep. She like came out of nowhere and was fucking attacking me. Yeah. He's fat. The same shit he's always doing, being fat. Yeah. Yeah, being fat and fucking complaining about video games. Yeah, I don't fucking know, man. Dude just likes to whine, realistically. Like, let's be honest. Like, he'll be playing a game, and 1 minute it's fucking great, and then, like, he'll die once, and then it's trash, and he's fucking crying like a child. Preston. Let's be real. I don't think he even needs his hands for food, bro. I mean, it's pretty safe to assume he just, like, unhinges his jaw and scoops whatever he intends to swallow. I don't think the dude chews. Bro eats like a snake. He don't even chew. Yeah, my chicken fucked him up. My chicken used to go out of his way to fucking attack Preston. Those were good times. I am. That's no. I mean, I guess I should re-include the party audio. 'Cause I sound like I'm talking to myself. All right, there we go. Now the world can know that I'm not talking to myself. I was gonna let both of you just not say anything. Like, okay, good job.
Okay.
I mean, that's what I would do. I do shit like that to Preston. He'll be like, "Oh, I'm gonna include his audio, blah blah blah," and then like, just not say anything.
Dude, Preston's the type of person to eat Rocky Mountain oysters raw and know what they are.
Fuck you mean, bro? Preston's the kind of person to eat the whole cow whole. Poor thing
But
probably
no,
ain't even dead yet.
He specifically goes for the Rocky Mountain oysters, though.
I mean, yeah, I believe he starts on a cow from the back end. I always assumed it was so that while the cow was frantically fear shitting, he wouldn't, like, miss any of it.
He needs every last calorie.
I guess. I don't know. I don't struggle with the obesity, so I don't know. As far as I'm aware, there's ample calories in a single meal, so I don't know.
The only thing I really got is fucking beer gut, bro.
Yeah, I got like nothing. I'm fucking 6 foot and like 170 pounds.
Well, I guess my family has like all been fucking, basically fucking On the bigger side.
No,
They
it really
have the
just comes
big
down to
bones.
how much you eat, how much you do. Genetics play some of a role, but like realistically,
To be honest, I haven't really been eating at all, really. I've just been drinking.
yeah, but like metabolism isn't the kind of thing that just like fixes overnight. Like it's not like
I know.
you just drop to fucking 1,800 calories a day and doing some stuff and like magically fixed. Like you gotta persist at it, and your metabolism will then like ramp up to match your body's physical needs. Where is the open window to the fucking... I'm so confused. Is it down here? Okay, that was not where I was supposed to go. Okay, so if that's not the way, then was it out this window? Where did I find that other window?
I'm stuck over here. What a racket.
God damn it. God damn. Okay, I can't go through there. Had to be one of these upper windows then. I think. Came from there. No, I took like a weird outside the building type thing. I think. Where did I find that place? It wasn't up. Was it a different exit off of this place? Okay, this is where I came in.
Fucking re.
Yeah. Where the fuck is the crone's hand or whatever?
Is this the void? Are you cursed outsider?
No. No, I am not. So how goes Call of Duty?
I don't know, I'm waiting.
And we're gonna leave Paolo there. Who the hell's making wolf noises?
Aching back. Hurts when I'm
Oh,
standing.
probably the
Just
howlers. That
sit.
would make sense.
Only time it feels right is after about 3 of them rum things.
Hurts. Where's that light thing?
City.
Think you're being quiet.
I wonder who that was.
Anybody?
Damn it. Oh. So any of you seen any games that look like they may be good coming out?
No.
That I believe. That I believe.
March 26th of next year. That's what I'm on.
Good God, what's that?
May 26th. May 26th.
And that's what?
GTA 6.
Oh. It may be okay. I've learned to not give Rockstar the benefit of the doubt. But they are capable of it being a good game. But, you know, they're at least miles ahead of like Bethesda.
Oh my god! I fucking love it. It's so great. You took too long.
What did he say before he left? Took too long? I don't know what's got him confused enough to think I give a fuck. I can give a fuck what he's playing. I ain't in no rush to play Call of Duty.
Let's check the place just in case. You cross one house, you cross them all. We'll get your ass.
Don't make me search the whole place. I don't have time for that.
You don't stand a chance anyway. I saw you. No use hiding.
We're everywhere.
Not in the mood.
Find you
I know yourself.
Come out, wherever you are. Huh? Come on, I don't have time for games.
Looking for you.
Hello? Anybody? Nope. Nobody there. looking at me like a rabbit? You just wait. You can't stay hidden forever. Hey, coward! Come fight face to face! Foolishness! Come on! Let's have a fair fight! Hello? Anybody? Don't make me search the whole place. I don't have time for that. Is he? Wait, look! I think.
What? How'd I kill Paolo? Damn it, Paolo.
to a bloodfly nest.
I swear there was a way out of this side. Huh. Missing something that drives me absolutely insane. What? This? Ah. This is it. And didn't go that way.
taste that hagfish. Maybe she's right. Teeth. Everything around here looks suspicious. Rats look suspicious. Should I yell about them?
Everything requires a key. Keys that I don't know where to get. Okay, maybe up here. Maybe something up here. I don't know.
They will rise up among you like a virulent swarm, devouring everything wherever they go, even filth.
If the Duke wasn't running the mines night and day, our children wouldn't be choking themselves to sleep at night on the dust.
It's easy to blame the Duke, but we both depend on the profits from industry. The mines are the lifeblood of this city.
No, the Duke could have continued operations like his father did, fast enough to sustain the city without burying us all in dust.
We're playing dice tonight. You in? Are you, coming tonight?
Come on, I don't have time for games.
You have plenty of time for me.
People don't hide their faces unless they're up to something bad.
No, what is he? Whoever did that will get them.
Alright. You're getting places now, alright. Huh. Steady, just not just get us brutally attacked. We need to do. Gotta go to the other options. Tattoo gun? Who's getting ink? I want ink. Free ink? Ink? Hmm. Up? I don't think there is any up. There's not out the other side. Yeah. Not way out. Nap.
If I only had a boat of my own. That's the life. Who's fooling around?
Something is amiss. Some heathen grown bold by these times. I shall not abide the footfall of a blasphemous wanderer.
A bauble. A trinket. Yet it caught my eye. Why be tempted by such gilded nothings? He's upstairs now, so I assume we'll learn something before long.
I'd wager it'll all be over soon. I'm surprised it's taken us this long to deal with the mob on the run.
You know what the strictures say about wagering, brother? The Howlers are merciless.
The echoes of life come back as the voice of the outsider.
Some talisman comes straight from the jaws of the void itself. Keep that in mind, or you'll find yourself bleeding out in some alley.
Forgive me, Brother Mikos.
Hello? Pretty sure I saw on.
So let's see.
I'll have a look around.
Better have a look. What was it?
Hello? Anybody? Who's that? Don't make me search the whole place. I don't have time for that.
I wonder who that was.
This area's off limits. What's going on? She can't have gone far.
Where are
Don't
you
you hear
hiding,
something?
coward? Be careful.
Where is she?
She's probably hiding somewhere close.
You can't stay hidden
I
forever.
will find you, you know.
I will be strong. An assailant is near, then I must be prepared. Come out, wherever you are.
If there comes a heathen stinking of the boy. Anything yet, brother?
She'll show up again. She could be close. I just have to be patient. Anyway, I'm ready.
They have plates on their backs? Okay.
Anyone here? Show yourself.
Was kind of unexpected, but it's what it is, I guess.
You don't stand a chance anyway.
I really wish we could like craft our own cards.
Huh? I know you're here somewhere.
Anyone here?
Search the whole place.
Show yourself.
I don't have time for that.
Someone there. One of us is down. Hello?
Who is keep trying? We must find for the Abbey. You're not supposed to be here!
My God, why are we way back here? Oh, that's
Anyone here? Show yourself.
What's going on here?
I'll help you look around.
Is someone there?
There's goodness here too.
Where are you hiding, coward?
I thought I saw someone right here.
Better search
Let's
the
check
place.
the place just in case. I'm not in the mood. Show yourself.
I saw you. No use hiding.
Good idea where we're going kind of this time. It's still going to be a complicated pain in the hey. Yeah, this is that weird little room. I don't understand there's not even really anything in here to collect. Why does this room exist? I don't understand. Was this building completely pointless? Why do I feel like it wasn't? Is there a window or something I'm missing? I don't think it had anything to do with this. No, it just goes outside, but at least the door's unlocked now, I guess. I don't know where my brain is, but it is not with me.
If the Duke wasn't running the mines night and day, our children wouldn't be choking themselves to sleep at night on the dust.
It's easy to blame the Duke, but we both depend on the profits from industry. The mines are the lifeblood of this city.
No, the Duke could have continued operations like his father did, fast enough to sustain the city without burying us all in dust.
How? There are twice as many people living in Karnaca now. If the mine slowed down, half the people in my family would be out of work.
What's the point of being worked into an early grave? Just so you can afford to eat for a while?
They will
I
rise
again
up among
today
you like
if
a
this is
virulent
truly her
swarm,
chosen path.
devouring
I can only hope the
wherever they
outsider
go.
hasn't gotten to her first.
Even Phil.
The Vice Overseer hasn't shared his plan with me. He's upstairs now, so I too will learn something before long.
The Duke will.
Taken us this long to deal with the mob.
You know what the strictures say about wagering, brother? The Howlers are merciless. And
So
Fowler
this
says the
stalemate
outsider's
with the
blessing.
Howlers must
Some
be
talisman
resolved.
comes straight from the jaws of the void itself. Keep that in mind, or you'll find yourself bleeding out in some alley.
Over all of Serkonos.
Forgive me, Brother Mikos. Dozen overseers have died trying to bring Paolo down. We've struck him fatal injuries, and somehow he comes back the next day to fight again. Whatever witchcraft he has, even the ancient music is ineffective.
I believe Paolo is in possession of some unclean artifact. It's my fear that he has to be killed twice.
Have his artifact. I too. He needed a nap. Alright, well, what do we got now? Got anything good? Maybe something good in there, right? That was a lot of things to faster. I see. That's new, but who cares? maybe. At least then when we're fighting the blood flies, we won't lose a bunch of health. The region is not very important. That might not be bad. Maybe that. Yeah. And maybe the food thing, whatever. Eating rat eating. This. And this and the other one. How many can I equip total? Well, let's go with the water one first. Mana's more important. Or do we just half and half? We can half and half. I think we're just gonna go max on that mana. Let's be real. Mana's problematic. Very problematic. I don't like using my bottle. I like to hoard them in my bottles for a bit. Hopefully no corruptions. Come on, I think we're corruption free so far.
From the mind and
And
body.
the Duke won't help?
Okay. I don't know where a fountain
He
is.
exiled me from the Grand Palace, and he's done everything possible to push the
But
levy of the everyman out
point.
of Serkonos.
Well, we're up in this.
The look on his face when he was
Gonna creep around. Be extra creepy. Hey, that's problematic.
I was weak. I must be ever vigilant against the outsider.
Dang.
He knows my
Okay.
heart, tests me, taunts me.
Huh.
I will not give in.
That supposed to release that fast. That was scary. Okay. Well. whale oil is very unstable. Very, very unstable. And you had like 3 of them just like rudely, I might add,
someone there.
stacked up. One was directly on top of the other. They're cylinders. The fact that you had bounced it for
Anyone
that long,
here?
nothing but
Show
amazing.
yourself.
Let's have a fair fight.
No. How about we don't? There's like 6 of you, and you're all gonna attack me at once. That's not a fair fight. You don't want a fair
Anybody?
fight.
Don't make me search the whole place.
I'm gonna play
that.
mind games with you. This mission has been like the entire stream. It's kind of wild.
I wonder who that was.
Yeah, I need you guys to have more of them.
I'll help you search the place.
Do it, search. I need like fire. I don't know why there hasn't been the ability to expand my bolt in like whatever total quantity.
Anyone here? Show yourself. Hello?
Someone there?
You don't stand a chance anyway!
I'm pretty sure that was the crowd. The outsiders.
Look around,
Can't
kill
stay
it.
hidden forever. Hello?
That's not natural.
That's not natural. Blah. Witchcraft. Booga booga booga. Yeah, how many of those I got left? 0. Oh, wonderful. Yes, yes, yes. Wonderful. is he dead? It was a sleep dart. Why are my sleep darts killing people? Cat, anybody out there in the future, comment? Why are my sleep darts killing people? I don't understand. They're sleep darts. They're supposed to make people sleep. That's like the whole purpose. And like he didn't disintegrate, which like if I had killed him then he should have disintegrated, but he didn't disintegrate, but it says that he's dead. I just fucking confused. Maybe I'm just stupid, which is possible. I can't be stupid, but doesn't it? The math isn't mathing.
I didn't see the one coming through the window. She was quick.
The Howlers are cowards, brother. But we accounted for 6 of them.
I'm glad it's you in the end. If I have to go, it warms my spirit to spend my last minutes with a true friend.
You honor me. I wish there was another way, but it's a gut wound, as bad as any I've seen. Better this than a day or 2 of agony.
Then I go, and I keep the strictures close to my heart. May there
Cool.
be
Let
no
him
discord
solve
in my
that guy, and we'll solve him. God, she's gonna be dead, isn't he? Oh no, he's unconscious. We'll just let him sleep. What I wanted to do to the other guy, but he just didn't, live. Maybe the dosage was wrong. Maybe. I guess that would kind of make sense. Right? Like, we get...
Hey, you! This
I smell heresy. The strictures guide my hand. Ah! How dare you! Come back here! No, they're shaking me! If that was who I think it was. What? You would.
Oh, no, I don't want to kill this guy. Oh, hate my life. Because of that. 15 minutes. That's not horrible, I guess.
Burn.
Put that out of the look on his face. Something wrong with people.
One of us is down. Where?
That man got yeeted, y'all. Dang. Hit it with a yeet. Now they'll all scurry around. I wish I had a fire thing. A fire thing would be so helpful right now. Right now.
Hello? Something there?
It was super funny watching that man get just absolutely tossed.
Hello? Anybody?
Here? Show
Don't
yourself.
make me search the whole place. I don't have time for that. My restriction! A glittering thing, that's all it was. A bauble, a trinket.
Alright. Shit, roll over right as I go behind you. Absolutely not. Why did you somehow survive? What the hell was that? Where'd the key go? Bruh, how the key gonna fucking disappear off that? That's wild. Needed that. I seen it on the ground. Why did it dissolve? Well, we...
Burn.
Something wrong with
What?
you hear that? What? Shooting at them. Someone there?
Oh my god. Just failing. Failing. I am duly fail.
Burn.
He exiled me from the Grand Palace, and he's done everything possible. Push the Abbey of the Every Man out of Serkonos. On his face when
Shit, what was that? Someone's shooting at me! What? You coward! You don't say.
Don't talk to me like that.
Hello? Anybody? Don't make me search the whole place. I don't have time for that.
Ever vigilant. I wonder who that was. I will.
You gotta not kill everyone, I guess. Some of these guys, I don't know, have arbitrarily decided.
Show yourself.
don't you?
What power do we want? What sounds like a good agility? Height, distance. Oh, we can only use raw whalebone? Oh, that's talking about great. We have 47. That's still. Or do we want to go domino with just some of them? Domino's what? And I wouldn't leave it. I feel like domino would best solve our ammunition problem, right? Like I feel like that's definitely the better route to go. Yeah, let's go domino. Wait. 2, then 3, then 4. Yeah.
What was that?
I'll find you, you know.
This unclean influence has been rooted out. Those in the way of the Abbey's mission face our righteous anger.
Well, that didn't work. That alarm clock looks like it really complicated this.
Where are you hiding? Hey you! Come here! I survived.
What the hell? Son of a biscuit.
Where are you hiding?
ask again today if this is truly her chosen path. I can only hope the outsider hasn't gotten to her first.
Sorry, friendo. Kind of had to happen. You are in the way of where I believe I need to go. Okay, cool. Ancient music. Something or other.
I must be ever vigilant against the outsider. He knows my heart, tests me, taunts me. I will not.
wonder who that was. Come on, won't hurt ya.
Wanna buy one?
Cross one howler, you cross them all. We'll get your ass.
Right as after about 3 of them rum things.
Not this time. Your face is covered. You worried someone might recognize you?
Am I retarded? What is going on here? Ooh. What? Accurate, at least. Hmm.
Covering your face won't make the Grand Guard happy.
What's that even mean? Okay, it's stupid gin dodge lock.
Someone there?
Show yourself.
Dust from last night.
You up for a beer later?
Been more. That is so bird pendant. Alright. Marcola, snuff pin. Alright. Winslow ring. Auntie diamond. Oh, it's gotta be in order? Okay, okay, okay. So, Finch War Metal. Madiso bird pendant. Marcola snuff pin. Auntie diamond.
It worked. The information was correct. Time is an odd thing. Growing up, I was excited about what the years might hold. About the empire I'd someday rule. I recall childhood moments, with my mother on her throne, and my father, a figure of mystery. I remember the rat plague, my mother's murder, and all that happened at the Hound Pits pub. Now this. I just want to put an end to Delilah's life, and get my father back. This house holds Delilah's secrets. She pulled herself up from tragedy, grabbing the Empire and changing it to her liking. With Duke Luca Abel, she transformed a coddled dilettante into a schemer who helped her take my throne. She's made herself immortal, and even my father's sword couldn't stop her breath. I'm going to find out how she did these things. The next time someone shoves a sword through her heart, it'll be me, and I expect her to die. That's strange. I feel drained by this place. Could that be Stilton? When no one keeps the rooms clean and dry, a house goes to rot.
getting started soon. The Duke's beloved is coming back. Put that thing away, will you? Grotesque. Yes, yes, I can see it.
Collect
The
yourself,
others
Mr.
can't,
Stilton.
can they?
3 years ago, something inside Aramis Stilton snapped like a cheap lock. A part of him and a part of this house never left that evening. The Duke's inner circle are still gathered here, setting their grand plan into motion. Delilah's plan. And a part of Aramis Stilton is always here, still breaking. The void.
Okay, it's like Granny Rack. I got it. It's gonna be some sort of like effigy type thing. Something inanimate, binding them all to be.
The Duke is paying the Howlers to drop food for Stilton.
Even magic is perverted here. And things don't work like they should. Take this. Imagine it's a kind of timepiece. Go and watch the Duke and Delilah. See for yourself what they did.
I dreamed the Duke and I were hunting, but the deer had faces. Theo? Where are you, my friend? I must speak to you. Let's have tea in the kitchen.
By the void.
Your guests are waiting in the study. The Duke is demanding refreshments, and I can't get in without the combination.
There's a note on the door, Captain Wonderful.
What? He's out back. I need the code to the study.
It's in his notebook, but he keeps it with him.
Thank you, Corporal. Speaking bluntly, I really don't like Stilton's guests. Earlier, I got my ass chewed out by the Royal Curator. What's her name?
You're talking about Brianna Ashworth, I believe.
Yes, that's her. She's an odd one. Anyway, keep up the good work.
Thank you, Captain.
The only way out of here is through the present, using this timepiece. Stilton's home was quite nice before whatever happened. Honestly, why does Stilton even bother trying to impress people like the Duke and that curator? He's better than they'll ever be. What am I supposed to do with a request like that? Gooseberry wine in the South?
I mean, when's this gonna stop? This is just ridiculous. It's crazy. I mean, who does this? This is ridiculous. You have to understand. I'm going to call for help if you don't go. What's wrong with people?
Hey, who is?
Old spirit here. I remember. Delilah.
They don't want you here. Why are you hiding?
You have to understand. How?
What will change in the present based on what I do here tonight? You have to understand. I'm going to call for...
Don't kill me.
Huh?
They're gonna get a damn uniform.
Thought I heard blood flies for a second.
search the whole place.
I don't know.
Trouble sleeping again last night. Maybe I ought to try one of those sleeping tinctures, but they can be kind of pricey. I told her, if you want my advice, just pay the fine and be done with it. No use making trouble.
heard some.
This won't.
Where is the master key?
That thing of bones that Ashworth made. It's on the ceiling. I hear it at night. Bones from the deep far in the waves. Yo, warm the quilts, will you? I feel like it's going to be cold tonight. What's wrong with my house? Where are my guards? My servants? Am I alone in here? I'm never alone.
How are you gone? Good. Good.
Where am I supposed to get the kitchen key? Why would these people not have the key? They're the kitchen people.
Something is wrong here. Even the air feels off.
sure there was something going on.
Here you are!
They need your blood. So, don't waste it.
The notebook contains Stilton's combination.
Rubbish! Who is? I've got to get the suit!
and seems to be centered at some focal point.
I like this whole time warp thing. This is fun. Just make a bunch of people feel schizophrenic. Like, he was right there. They were messing with the dials. Ah, yeah. Look at the mass confusion.
Are you gone?
Is everything mixed up here? What happened?
Welcome again to my house. Let's get this over with.
What we're about to attempt has never been done. It's beyond my understanding, and certainly beyond yours. If anyone has any doubts, set them aside now.
This defies rational understanding. It's the frayed edge when natural philosophy crosses over into something else.
Yes, I can feel it. We risk madness.
The more I hear, the more I think this is ill-advised. Who wants to speak with the dead? If this Delilah really was killed or banished from the world, what if she's lost her mind?
Delilah's strong.
Solid point, man.
The Duke and I have heard her voice, whispering to us. And now it's time So take your positions.
What? What? This time warp thing better not only be useful for this like one mission. I'll be annoyed if that's
Focus on the void. You can feel her power, can't you?
By the stars. This is more exciting than any orgy I've ever attended.
Wait! Wait! We can't really.
Idiot!
Here, returned from the cold, from forever.
How curious. It seems to have worked.
My spirit is safe now, inside this thing. Luca, you must lock it away.
I can still see the insides. One has become a stone, the other reforged and marked by the one whose eyes are black.
Poor Aramis. I feel obliged to take care of him out of loyalty to my father.
Wait. You are hidden, but I know who you are. I know when you are. You've come to watch me return, and someday I'll come for you. The void beyond the world is strange. I won't ever understand all I've seen.
Focus on the void behind the
super
wall.
easy.
You can feel her power, can't you?
By the
Her
stars.
spirits
This is more
in
exciting than any orgy I've
gargoyle
ever
thing.
attended.
Wait! Wait! We can't really.
wonder what I was doing in Dunwall on this night. Or what I am doing.
No, don't ponder stuff like that. That's dangerous. With a time machine.
Someone there is asking for trouble over there. Looking for a fight? What's going on? Back here!
I'll help you look around.
Oh, it looks like Rumble's probably going to lose the back end of this mission, for which I apologize. Thank you to anybody who watched or may watch in the future. You greatly appreciate it. Please like, follow, subscribe. It helps the channel, helps me know what you want to see more of. Thank you so much. Stay feral, my friend. You can find the rest of the video on one of the other platforms, YouTube, Kick. Thank you.
Are you gone?
Full of people who won't speak to me.
Will he ever recover, I wonder?
For you to carry yourself so high and
Such
mighty.
a shame, Aramis Stilton. You could have done so much.
There's no option to help him? Is that because I'm a horrible person?
Stilton's sealed off from the rest of the district. Maybe Megan or Anton will have some perspective on this.
Wonderful. Now this guy can just harass me. It's like having a cell phone I can't not answer.
Look around you.
Uh,
A crumbling island at the very edges of the
yeah.
But this one is special. It's the place where my throat was cut 4,000 years ago. This is where my life ended, and where it began again. It's where they made me.
This part of the void feels older.
Right up until the end, I thought I'd find a way to escape. I fought, but the wounds only cut my skin, so I went limp. And then the knife touched my throat, and I knew I'd waited too long. The blood ran out, and I became a god. Now you know Delilah's secret. At the end of her days, she drifted to the void and should have been lost forever. But her will and cunning are second to none. She found this place, the island in the void where I became what I am. It changed her, and she discovered a way to draw from it, tapping into the power here. Delilah is a part of me now, and I don't like it.
Oh, that wasn't what we were supposed to do.
You have to give Delilah credit. She tore out a piece of herself and hid it away, inside a thing made of bones. She's made herself immortal. If you want to kill Delilah, you're going to have to find her spirit and give it back to her. Reaching it won't be easy, but what comes after that might be the hardest thing you will ever have to do.
The world contains more mysteries than I imagined. Now to meet up with Sokolov again at the skiff, after a very strange day.
Greatest problem.
You're back.
Are you ready to leave? The dust is wreaking havoc on my throat.
Yes, I paid a visit to Vice Overseer Byrne, and I've been to Stilton's house. We can go.
All right, did we get all the stuff? Not super great, but it is what it is. But we're gonna wrap this up here because the other video ended, so we might as well wrap this one up too. 'Cause I'm kind of tired. It's been a long day. I want to say thank you to everybody who stopped by. Kevin, greatly appreciated. Everybody else who may watch this too, please follow, subscribe. review helps me better understand what you want to see. That helps me make better content for you. All right, everybody have a wonderful evening, and as always,